Okay, good morning, everybody. Can I have everybody go ahead and take their seats and we'll get started. Unacceptable, Linda. No problem. Oh, we're good. Well, that wasn't that bad. All right. Excuse me. All right. Good morning, everyone. I think we've got everybody in place. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and call to order today's meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Saturday, May 9, 2026. And maybe if I could have Commissioner Munn lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. And if I could have the department take a roll call, please. Here.
Here.
Here. Commissioner Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Gavilia.
Here.
Commissioner Thiel.
Here.
Commissioner Messna.
Here.
Commissioner Munn. Here. Commissioner Walker.
Here.
All right, thank you for that. And if I could have any county advisory board members in attendance stand and come on down to the mic and be recognized. If I could have you state your name clearly for the record, please.
Jim Cooney, Elko.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral.
Mike Reese, Lincoln County.
Brian Hooper, Humboldt County.
Joe Krim, Pershing.
Steve Robinson, Washoe.
Good morning. Danny Thompson, Carson City.
Good morning. All right. Thank you for that. How about any county advisory board members via Zoom this morning?
This is Joe Crawford with Lion.
Paul Dixon, Clark County.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County.
Paul Howell, Douglas County.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We will now move on to Agenda 17. This is public comment period. This is informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So with that, is there any public comment here in Reno today? All right, seeing no public comment here in Reno, how about any public comment via Zoom? And again, I would stress those that are participating via Zoom today, if you do have questions or wish to be heard, please make sure you click to raise your hand, unmute yourself, and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Brent Pollock, and I'm from Nye County. So something I wanted to bring up today is Nye County was not able to have a CAB meeting to discuss tag quotas. So there was an issue with the posting. So unfortunately, the meeting had to be canceled. I wrote in an email about this to the commission. So I'd like to thank Commissioner Munn for replying to me just to let me know that my email was received and was seen. So something that we wanted to bring up in our meeting, since we weren't able to have any type of a public comment or discussion on this with the local biologists, is I've met with several members of our county, commission members, former commission members, and we all feel like the quotas for the units that Nye County represents should not be changed at all this year, just for that reason. But we also have a lot of data to back that up. So the email that I sent in to you shows that in regards to the mule deer in units 16 and 17 and the elk in units 16, consistently year after year, the biologist in the area is counting less and less animals. You can clearly see it on the elk. But if you look at the population estimates, they continue to rise. All of us that spend a ton of time out there in these units can agree that the populations are not on such an upward rise. Unit 17 specifically, it was advised for a 350 tag increase. That is pretty substantial. We don't feel the population's come up near that much. The counts show that the population hasn't come up that much. And if you take our average buck to doe ratio, our average success rate, 350 extra tags is going to wipe out more than an entire generation of mule deer bucks in that unit alone. When we look at the elk numbers, something that I noticed on the elk data was last year, our population objective was 850. This year, with the 10% increase statewide, Unit 16 was approved to be raised by 5%. That should bring it into the 890s. The population objective on the paperwork for this year states 840. Counts show 860, which seems incredibly inaccurate as we're counting less and less animals. So a 60 cow increase and about a dozen to 20 bull increase was recommended. We can't sustain any of this in any of our units. So please, Commission, I would strongly advise to have you guys align with the public on this one. And being that the public was not able to have a meeting with the CAB to discuss this, put in all of our recommendations, it's not going to hurt anything to let our quotas sit the way that they are for one more season. So thanks for your time. Thanks for your consideration. I'm glad to see that our chairman, Chrissy Pope, is on here as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Blair Smith for the record.
Yes, good morning. Go ahead.
Yeah, I live out in Nye County, and the proposed changes to the Nye County area quotas, we feel should not move forward at this time. Like Brent just said, I mean, Nye County didn't able to have a CAB meeting. The public didn't get to do any recommendations, which prevented members, of the community to voice their opinions. Public participation is an essential part of the decision making. We don't support or agree with the department's recommendations moving forward without proper public discussion. I think we should just leave the tags and the quotas the way it is this year and then look at it next year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for that. That appears to be all the public comment. So we will move on now to agenda item number 18, and this is approval of agenda for possible action. The Commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for May 9, 2026. The Commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So, anything regarding today's agenda? All right. Appears to be none. Everything is good. So with that, maybe let's take to this agenda item out for any public comment. So any public comment here in Reno today regarding today's agenda? All right. Seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the Commission for any other thoughts, questions, or motion.
If there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 18, approve of the agenda.
All right. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Messna. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right. That carries. All right. On to agenda item number 19. This is member announcements, correspondence. This is informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the Commission. And any item requiring Commission action may be scheduled on a future Commission agenda. The Commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the Commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So given that, I don't believe, Director Janae?
Yes, thank you. So all of the correspondence that we received since yesterday's meeting has been forwarded on to the Commission. You received those in the email, and they're also on the Commission website.
All right, perfect, good. Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
Yes, a week and a half ago, I received an email from the BLM and then a follow-up from Corey Lytle on the Eagle Complex Wild Horse Management Area. I'm going to read you the context of the email and then give some explanation. The Eagle Complex primarily takes in Area 23. It reads, the Bureau of Land Management is seeking public comment on proposed management of wild horses across 3 herd management areas, collectively referred to as the Eagle Complex. The Caliente Field Office manages the Eagle area in Nevada, and the Cedar City Field Office manages the Mount Eleanor and Chokecherry areas in Utah. Currently, wild horse populations exceed the established appropriate management levels of 145 to 265 for the complex. As of March 2026, there are an estimated 2,093 wild horses in the area. Chronic herd overpopulation damages habitats and could lead to starvation and thirst for animals. Additional information is available at the Bureau of Land Management National NEPA Registry. Comments can be submitted through May 21st, 2026. With that, I don't know if it would be possible. I apologize for not being able to get it agendized. I don't know if it would be possible to get a letter of support for a reduction of horses in this unit. I thought about it this morning, and I thought if we were 1,000% overpopulation on elk in Unit 2023, we not only would have telephone calls and representatives sitting here, we would have lawyers calling NDOW. So with that, and the fact that it's an unsustainable habitat-wise, I'm asking if we can have a letter. I know it's semi-unprecedented, but I don't know if it's possible to get something from the commission.
Hey, a support letter?
Yes,
Commissioner
support
Morton?
letter, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I may ask the DAG on that, if that's something that would need to be agendaized on a future commission meeting, or what your thoughts or opinion are on that.
Excuse me, Deputy Yen, for the record. Yeah, I will recommend that you put that on a future agenda item so that the public has the opportunity to weigh in and they have appropriate notice of what's being discussed and add to whether or not they think the board or the commission should write that letter. And that's to protect your decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Sounds good. Thank you for that. Any other items around, any correspondence or member item announcements? Yes, Director Janae.
Yes, I did want to correct my statement. Those letters that we received, or those comments that we received between yesterday and today, will be on the website Monday, because as you can imagine, we're not posting them as we sit here right now.
All right, perfect. All right, anything else? Any other member item announcements? All right, seeing none, we will press on. We are now on to agenda item number 20. This is County Advisory Board members, or County Advisory Boards to manage wildlife. This is informational. County Advisory Board members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So with that, are there any County Advisory Board members here in Reno today that wish to be heard?
For the record, Mike Reese, Lincoln County. Commissioner Bourne, thank you for bringing that up. I just want to remind the commission that Lincoln County, along with 6 other counties in the state, have a declaration of emergency on wild horses already. If you guys want to add that into the letter, I would appreciate that. As you can see, I mean, that's only 1,000% over. We've got a lot of areas that are 500% over. So I have been in contact with NI, is asking, how do you go about doing that? I think the reason we don't have all of the counties on board with that, some of them, quite honestly, don't know how to go about that, other than just write a letter. But they have the power within them to declare a state of emergency in their own county. And Lincoln County did that. There were 7 counties that did it in a 2-month period in 2023. It'll remain in effect until we come down to AML. So just wanted you guys to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other county advisory board members here in Reno today that wish to be heard? All right. Seeing none, how about any county advisory board members via Zoom?
Good morning, Chair Rogers and the commission. This is Paul Dixon from Clark. I had a discussion a couple weeks ago with a member of the public here in Clark County named Kenson Lee about wild turkeys at Overton. The reason why I bring this up to you is I sent you had him put together a letter that I forwarded to you, Chair Rogers, and to Linda Bartis, to basically give to the entire commission so that when we talk about turkeys in June, I'd like NDOW to talk to and try to address some of the concerns raised by Mr. Lee. Just for the public sitting there is that last year we heard from Kerry Jellison about Paradise Valley and the issues that he saw with turkeys up there and issuing more tags than there were tom turkeys. To my shock and dismay, when I learned that this year in the Overton area, both on private and within the WMA, there was only a total of 8 toms. We issued 9 tags for 3 seasons, plus there were 4 heritage and 1 silver state that could have come to that area, meaning that we severely overprescribed. And the fact that we have the Overton Valley having 8 toms and a total of only 48 birds in total of those being 8 toms is very disalarming to me, because it was just a few years ago we had hundreds of birds out there. And I would just like an investigation of why we would issue a season when we have 8 toms in an entire valley and only 5 or 3, only 3 toms were identified on the WMA where we had hunts. And I'm throwing it out there so that we can have the discussion at the next meeting. It was just very alarming to me to see that and to wonder why we're in the current position we're in. And I hope we can have that discussion at the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. That appears to be all from community or county advisory boards. So we will close out agenda item 20. We are now on to agenda item 22. This is Commission General Regulation. For possible action, Commission General Regulation 22A, Commission General Regulation 517, Automatic Range Finding Scopes, Game Warden Captain Jake Kramer. The Commission will consider adopting a regulation amending Chapter 503 of the Nevada Administrative Code, or the NAC, that would prohibit the use of range finding scopes that automatically adjust the sight reticle or aiming point while hunting certain species with a firearm, bow, or crossbow. So, good morning, Captain Kramer.
Good morning. Jake Kramer, Game Warden Captain for the record. So you've seen this regulation draft several times in the past. This time it comes to you after LCB revised some parts of it. So they actually contacted me and we went through this a little bit. So it's going to look a lot different than it did before, but the bones are still there. Essentially what we did in section 1 now of this is previously the definition of site was actually part of 503145. So what we did is we took out the definition of a site and put it into its own NAC under the definition section in 503. So it now would apply to all of NAC 503, which is great. So the site, the definition means any magnified or non-magnified or electronic device attached to a firearm, bow, or crossbow that is designed to improve the visual alignment of the weapon. It says with the target, we are removing that. That was part of LCB's changes. We're removing that part. The term includes peep sights, open sights, telescopic sights, or scopes. So let me go back through real quick and explain the coloring. The purple, if you will, up there, if you can see the difference between purple and blue. Purple is what LCB had put into the language and that we are removing, again, from the language. The green is things that they had taken out that we are putting back into the language. So questions on removing that from the specific, 503-145 and making it its own definition within the section? Okay, so section 2 basically is applicability. So that just states that it will be applying to all of NAC 503 until codified, and then that blue section goes away. And then we get into section 3 here, which is the beginning of the regulation. So this is where 503-145 really starts and will look like at this point. So this section here, I won't go through the entire thing. This is a renumbering, reordering based on the changes that were made. Section 2 of this regulation, the word weapon was taken out and replaced with firearm, bow, or crossbow to be consistent with the new definitions. And then on section 2B, it says an electronic site that has been designed to receive, the S is again going to go away on that one, there was a typo, data from any internal, external source that aids in automatic adjustment of the sight, reticle, or aiming point. And that concludes the changes of that regulation. What questions do you have?
All righty, thank you for that, Captain Kramer. How about if I could have the lights come up? How about from the commission? Any questions, concerns, comments as to some of these changes that were made by LCB? All right. Yes, Commissioner Munn.
Yeah, I need help understanding how this definition of site may or may not affect the visual disability permit that we were discussing yesterday that also has site considerations.
Sure. If I could, is Matt Maples available?
Thanks for the question. Matt Maples, Data and Technology Division Administrator for the record. We pulled this, the terms used in this definition into the disability regulations, as you saw yesterday, to remain consistent. And so I don't know that it would have any bearing as to whether or not the disability regulation was passed prior to this regulation, as I feel that language would still cover the intent of the sites that would be allowed for crossbows. But if Captain Kramer has something else to say on that, I'll give him the floor as well, since he is law enforcement.
Yeah, I would agree. We had previously, Administrator Maples and I had previously discussed this regulation as it relates to that disability permit, and it worked out the details to be consistent throughout.
All right, perfect. Anything else from the commission? Questions at this time? Comments? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and maybe send this out for some public comment. So how about any public comment here in Reno today regarding agenda item 22A? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark, Chair Rogers, and the commission. We had a healthy discussion the last several times this has been brought up at my cab. I actually asked my vice chair, Dan Gilbert, to write down why he believes this regulation change is inappropriate for a bow or crossbow. And that was submitted to the commission. I don't need to read that into the record, but it is part of the record that you guys have. I think the big question that we have is this regulation seems potentially appropriate for rifle scopes in firearms, but we're not quite sure how this applies to bow hunting because bow hunting and rifle are very different. If you get within a distance close enough to use your bow, which you heard yesterday in disability and other things, which is generally 40 yards, anything that allows you to basically better aim at that game once you've stalked it to that distance and be able to harvest that game ethically, we think is a benefit to not only the hunter, but to the ethical removal of an animal from the field. And so we're not understanding why this is going across all weapon classes and not being more restricted to just a firearm class. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Seeing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission for any additional discussion or any additional questions, comments, what the flavor of the commission is this morning on that. Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. With that, I'll go ahead and move to adopt Commission General Regulation 517 as presented.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Keel. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you, Captain Kramer. All right, we are on now to agenda item 23. This is Commission Regulation for possible action. 23A, Commission Regulation 26-11. This is big game quotas for the 2026-2027 seasons. Wildlife Staff Specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, Cody McKee, and Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza. The Commission will consider and may take action to approve setting regulations for the number of tags to be issued for mule deer, antelope, elk, moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat for the 2026-2027 season. So, good morning, Mr. Espinoza.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the Commission, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. I'm just going to go over a few things real quickly here in summary, and then maybe do a moment of storytelling for a second. For antelope, we are recommending 3,500 buck tags in 2025 compared to 3,300 last season. 2025 surveys classified 18,512 antelope with a ratio of 41 bucks and 33 fawns per 100 does, which is a fair reduction from the 45 fawns per 100 does observed the year prior. Higher buck ratios and some northeastern Nevada herds that are experiencing considerable population growth are necessitating the increase in buck tags. Horn length metrics from 2025 for 15-inch or greater antelope have increased from a low of 13% in 2021 to 22% in 2025. From the bighorn sheep standpoint, for California bighorn, the department is recommending 48 ram tags for 2026, which is up from 40 in 2025. 2 hunt units are being open to hunting once again, including 011 through 013 and 014. Surveys have indicated a lamb representation of 46 per 100 ewes in 2025. This follows a ratio of 47 lambs per 100 ewes in 2024 and is spurring herd increases in almost all units. Population estimates increased 6% to 1,800 animals in 2026. Desert Bighorn, we are recommending 181 ram tags for 2026, which is down 13%. Surveys indicated an overall lamb ratio of 30 per 100 ewes. The 2026 population estimate for Desert Bighorn is 6,000 animals, roughly equivalent to the population in 2006, 2007, but 300 animals less than 2025. For Rocky Mountain Bighorn, the department is recommending 4 tags for the 2026 season to be available within 3 hunt units. Hunt Unit 091, Pilot Mountain Leppy Hills, will have 1 ram tag available, and this is an interstate hunt with Utah. For Mountain Goat, we are recommending a total of 21 tags for the 2026 season, a 3 tag increase from 2025. Surveys recorded 303 individuals with a representation of 36 kids per 100 adults, which follows a kid representation of 40 kids per 100 adults in 2025. So good news there from the mountain goat standpoint. For elk, of course, as you all know, our adaptive population objectives have altered tags for some units, and we'll see that today. However, our bull quota recommendations of 1393 are only slightly elevated from 2025. Of the 1,008 bulls taken in 2025, 70% were 6-point or better. The composition of bulls taken with a main beam length greater than 50 inches was 31%, and the 3-year average is 32%. And our objective range is from 25 to 35%, so we're right in the middle of that. Average age of harvested elk was 6.4 compared to 5.8 in 2020 and 5.4 years old in 2015. So that age of bull elk is increasing. And surveys in 2025, 2026 classified 9,127 elk as 33 bulls and 40 calves per 100 cows. In 2024, 2025, a calf ratio of 48 was observed. So our calf ratio is down a little bit for this last year. And now for mule deer, we are recommending a modest 6% increase in buck tags to 15,022 compared to the approved 2025 quota of 14,187 buck-only tags. The statewide average harvest success was 40%. And the contingent of 4-point or better bucks was 41% for the 2025 season, which is consistent with the 3-year average. Postseason surveys conducted in the fall of 2025 classified 12,580 mule deer, consisting of a ratio of 34 bucks and 57 fawns per 100 does. The overall fawn to adult ratio was calculated at 43. Spring surveys classified almost 20,000 mule deer with a fawn to adult ratio of 37. These values are about 4 points lower than the previous year. We continue to provide the best survey data that we can given weather conditions and maintenance issues that we may have with aircraft. But the one metric that concerns us the most about this process is how much, and we talked about this yesterday, how much everyone relies on last year's quota as being the metric from which to make a decision on what the quota should be this year. And just going back to, for a second, to maintenance issues with the aircraft, we did have one aircraft that was down for most of this last survey season. One of the rotor blades became delaminated, and that had to be shipped back to Louisiana for work, and that took several months to repair. So some of the survey effort was truncated, but our pilots did a great job trying to account for that and did some longer shifts and worked extra hard this year to try and get as many surveys done as we could. That being said, almost every year there are many hunt units with reduction in tags from the recommendations provided simply due to the metric of what last year's quota was. I'm going to take a step back, and I found this little brochure, this pamphlet, in my archery tackle box from 1985. And that was the first year that I hunted mule deer in the state of Nevada. We didn't have a youth hunt at the time, so I had to get an archery tag, which at that time, it was a statewide archery tag. So if you wanted one, you could basically go out and get one. But there's some quotas in here that are pretty interesting. And I'll just pick a few. 011 through 013. We had 568 deer tags recommended for that unit group. 014, 178 tags. 061, Big Six was separated at the time. So it was 061 through 065 at the time. There was 1,280 tags available. And then kind of on the more desert side, the 066, 067, 068 had 695 tags. Area 7 had 2,693 tags issued that year. Area 10 had 3,526 tags. Area 13 was split early and late. 131 through 133 had 995 tags early, 996 tags late. Area 22 had 1,170 tags issued. 231 had 261, and 241 through 242 had 164 tags issued for that year. Now, of course, our population numbers were different back then, as we heard yesterday. We had a population estimate of 55,500 deer at the time. The department overall provided in 1985 almost 32,000 deer tags. And if you look at the proportion of number of tags to the total population, it was about 25.5% proportionally, but that doesn't account for hunter success. I took a look at those figures for this year, and we're right around 20.6%. So not much has really changed in terms of overall proportion, but the allocation of tags has changed quite a bit because of junior tags. But just looking at this from doing some math, applying a 40% success rate, we estimated that there was about 12,000 bucks killed in 1985, which was about 7.6% of the total population. In 2026, the anticipated any legal weapon harvest with these recommendations, and this is just for adult, would be 2,934 bucks, which is 4% of the population. We continue to find ourselves in a situation where in many of our hunt units, we are falling well outside of our initial buck ratio objective as stated in Policy 24. Many units are above that 40 bucks per 100 does level. And we continue to find ourselves in a negative feedback loop, as we talked about yesterday, trying to chase a buck ratio when tags oftentimes continue to be cut. And I'm going to close with something that, as I mentioned yesterday, I could probably spend the rest of the day talking about. The habitat needs for this species have and will continue to be challenged. Over the last 30 years, 40 to 50% of sagebrush habitats have burned, and approximately 25% of mule deer winter range has been compromised due to wildfire. We heard a figure yesterday that as much as 71% of our core sagebrush habitat has been lost since the 1980s. These numbers that I calculated were from about 1997. And besides that, in some areas, especially in central and eastern Nevada, infilling of juniper and pinyon communities has rendered them less suitable, and recent diminished snowpack levels have desiccated mountain shrub communities much earlier and have reduced nutritional quality. I think we need to do a better job as a collective on these matters if we expect to reverse mule deer population trends. Maybe these things come out in a mule deer management plan. But besides that, looking at some things that were of significant note that have happened to mule deer since 1985, when you think about those quotas, one might think, well, it's no wonder we have less deer because we had such high quotas. But in 1988, we experienced the largest population of mule deer that we've ever recorded in the state of Nevada, of 240,000 deer. So just in a 3-year period, that number of deer increased pretty substantially. What happened after that, in about 1992 to 1993, we had a very significant winter. one of the most significant winters that we've observed in probably the last 60 to 70 years. That reset mule deer populations as well as other populations in the state of Nevada. That was a devastating winter for mule deer in the state of Nevada. We basically lost complete fawn crop that year. There was high adult mortality. So that was one of the things that kind of set mule deer back and was very difficult to recover from. Moving into 1996, 1997, we started to see mega fires on the landscape. This was very expressed in Humboldt County. We lost entire mountain ranges in Humboldt County that once again kind of reset the landscape for what we were dealing with respect to mule deer. We went through some drought periods, and then again in about 2010 through 2012, we experienced elevated fire events that really, over a cumulative number of years, wiped out most of the winter range for the Area 6 mule deer herd and compromised a lot of Area 7's mule deer habitat as well. So that is the reason why we're at 73,000 deer at this current point in time. These are habitat issues. And if there's one thing I learned from Mike Doble back in about 1998 is that it's habitat, habitat, and habitat. And I just want to stress that because as I told you yesterday, this is probably one of the last times I'll be before you at this podium. So I hope that that resonates with some of you folks. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cody Schroeder, and he's going to give a brief presentation on mule deer, and we'll start with mule deer. And as we go through this today, Megan Manfredi will follow along with the quota recommendation forms, the tag tracker, if you will, and we will go down hunt unit by hunt unit, and wherever there's a arrow, a green or a red arrow, she'll hover over that with the reasons why that particular quota recommendation has been changed.
Good morning. Let's get myself set up here. Hopefully. Chair Rogers, members of the commission, for the records, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Nevada Department of Wildlife. So I'm just going to give a brief presentation on kind of a status overview of mule deer populations, kind of current trends. I typically do this every year, a little bit abbreviated this year. Looking at harvest data, just jumping right in, kind of a 20-year snapshot of where we've been with deer tags issued. On the y-axis there in the orange bars, and then the total number of deer harvested in the blue dots with the line. So you can see, obviously, they closely track each other. But really, the take-home here is that we kind of hit our low point in 2023 with number of tags issued following that big winter. That was the lowest number of deer that we harvested, I think, going back to 1974 by my records. We've been on an upswing since then. Populations are starting to rebound. We've had really good fawn recruitment, and we're starting to see increases kind of statewide in our populations. Looking at success, this is antlered deer tag success. So I'm going to kind of get in a little bit of the weeds about hunt success because we have different ways to dice it up. But essentially what we mean by tag success is the number of tags issued on a per unit basis divided by the number of people who harvested. So it accounts for people who got a tag, but they reported on their harvest that they did not go hunting. It's about 10% on average year to year. So 10% of the people that get tags, even after the first, second draw, first come, first serve, report that they don't go hunting. So these success rates are a little bit lower than what the actual realized hunt success is that hunters are
experiencing in the field. I'll get into that a little bit more. But in essence, we're on an upswing, 45% for any legal weapon, which is great. It's the highest it's been in over a decade. The other thing I want to point out is that these weapon classes trend very closely together. So rifle, muzzleloader is in the orange, and archery. We're running about 19% on archery. There was quite a lengthy discussion yesterday about changing the regulation on archery, and I just want to point out that these do really quite closely track the conditions in the field. And we really haven't seen any realized uptick in archery success, at least going back as far as I can track it. This one shows a little bit better, going back a little bit farther to 2023. Again, any legal weapon is in blue, muzzleloader in orange, and then archery is in green. So we're coming in right at about 19%, which is really the long-term trend here. I don't have it back to the 80s by weapon class, but I could certainly provide that if that would be helpful. But again, we haven't really seen a realized uptick in archery success. It really just tracks muzzleloader and any legal weapon trends. Just kind of looking at a longer time frame. This is going back to 1974. Tag success again. So this includes all the tags we issued for the year across all weapon classes: muzzleloader, archery, junior, even antlerless doe tags. We had quite a few more doe tags in the 80s. Obviously, we don't have any doe tags issued now, and juniors can't harvest a doe anymore either. But what we really see is this clear trend. We had pretty low success in the 70s. The 80s, from 1980 to 89, 90, tracked really well at about 50% overall tag success. Then we dropped in the 90s to about 40%, and we've really been there ever since. We do have some ebbs and flows, probably tracking conditions, temperatures, recruitment classes, things like that. We were a little bit on a slide going back to 2017, but we're on an uptick now overall. Fawn to doe ratios. So the blue is, and these are statewide, summaries basically. Blue is fall fawn surveys, fawn to doe, which we kind of get a snapshot as kind of a metric of production for the year. So how many fawns, hit the ground and we're still alive postseason. And then the orange is spring fawn to adult ratio. And so that's really what we kind of use as our metric to input into the population models. That's what drives the population models. We've been on a pretty good upward trend since about 2019. Really good trend. It's dipped slightly this last year. We did have drier conditions in the northeast part of the state, and that's probably what is accounting for that. But nothing out of the ordinary for sure. Looking at buck to doe ratios, again, tracking this statewide, going back a 20-year history here. And really what the take home is here is our 20-year average is right at about 30 bucks per 100 does is our statewide average. Obviously, we have units that are higher than that, some that are lower, and it varies year to year and unit by unit, but overall, we've been around 30. The last 2 years, we've been at 34. This is observed buck ratios postseason after the hunting season is over. There's 34 bucks per 100 does on the landscape that we're seeing. And then to kind of drill in a little bit more, that doesn't really tell the whole story. Really, on a unit by unit basis, this is what we observed last year. I apologize for the colors if you cannot see red and green very well, but these shaded colors essentially mean that anything in the green is above 40. The oranges red colors are in the 32 to 36 range, which is what we are mostly across our units. And then we really only had 3 units that were below 30. Those are in red. And just kind of like another way to visualize this, for me anyway, is that 30 mark there. These are every hunt unit that we surveyed postseason. So we don't get a survey every unit on every year. But these are the ones we actually surveyed last year. And really, there's only 2 that were below 30. Unit 141, 145, 151, 156, which we are recommending reduced quotas in those units. Everything else is north of 30 by a lot. That's the take-home message. Looking at just kind of trends in applications and tags issued, this is looking at just mule deer antlered for the regular draw, not including juniors, non-resident guided, landowner tags, things like that. Applications were a little bit up last year, around 57,355, and 11,000 tags issued. Again, just on the regular adult hunts, both resident and non-resident. Hunter satisfaction is what we've been tracking. We just started tracking that in 2020 as a question on our mandatory return card. We're looking at about 3.48 overall since 2020 is the average. But really the last 3 years we've been increasing, 3.26 in 2023, 3.58 in 2024, and last year 3.63. That's the highest that we've been since we started tracking. Granted, it's only been 5 years. Again, hunter success really tracking up just like the other graph showed. This is actual hunter success, people that had a tag that went hunting in the field. That's why those numbers are a little bit higher. 48% is great success. And then points are better, 4-point or better in this case, sitting at 51%, which is above the average. It was, I think, the second highest that we observed since this period of time. Just wanted to touch briefly, there was a lot of discussion, yesterday about policy 24 and our guidelines. So we are still using our 2022 commission approved harvest management guidelines. $30 per 100 does on standard units, which are most of our units across the state. That's our target. We have alternative units. Those are highlighted there in the middle to bottom, western region, eastern region, southern region. So we have units 014, 033, 194, et cetera. So that we're looking at a little bit higher buck to doe ratio, 35. We also do track hunt success and 4-point or better as part of that. And then we have quite a few non-standard units where we're just using hunt success. As a 3-year average, most of them are 45% or greater hunt success. And that is typically units that we don't survey, that we don't have like a really good population estimate for. We just use hunt success. And so if they're meeting that metric, we'll basically leave the tags as they are. If they're below that, we'll recommend a reduction. I got this from last year, kept this. I talked about buck ratios and what are some of the trade-offs that maybe we could look at with managing higher buck ratios. Because as you've seen before, we basically are managing for higher buck ratios, even than our own guidelines direct us to. Increased competition with bucks with does and fawns for limited food, especially on winter range when they're concentrated together. That's one of the more limiting time periods, and there's snow on the ground that can be particularly stressful time nutritionally. We have increased interest-specific competition between bucks on summer range, typically when they're segregated. There's a higher energy cost during the rut. This is very much, you can find this a lot in the white-tailed deer literature, but there's some mule deer literature too. So more intense rut behavior, more fights, more injuries, broken antlers, things like that. Competition for forage is something that we don't talk a lot about, but there's other species out there that mule deer are sharing the landscape with. And this is not to point a finger at any one source of these, just there are other mouths out there consuming the same forage, feral horses, cattle, elk, pronghorn, that likely increase the additional competition for food and nutritional stress. And then finally, drought. We saw a really good presentation from Matt Glenn yesterday about drought. Nevada's more often in drought than we're not. And I have a figure here that shows that, but that can exacerbate any kind of competitive competition for forage across the species and even within the species. That's where density dependence comes from. And then finally, just, you know, I pointed this out last year, but one of the big trade-offs is you're reducing hunting opportunity. So that kind of ties into this, just as a reminder that we are in a state of a drought. As of May 5th, 100% of the state was in some form of abnormally dry or moderate drought conditions. And I just want us to think about this as we're making, you know, talking about buck ratios and quotas in the next, you know, few minutes. And then finally, I was really struck yesterday and Sean covered this already, but I'll hit on it again. I think Commissioner Munn and Commissioner Young asked a question yesterday about that graph that showed that mule deer populations highly track shrub conditions, and we've demonstrated that with these maps. I thought it was a really good question and great points. And what I want to just point out is that I think we need to be realistic in our expectations. Populations are directly related to shrub conditions, forage quality, and biomass. It's really important for mule deer. They're real tied to shrub quality. They also consume grasses and forbs, and it's super important during certain parts of the year for them too. But we've seen a slight uptick in shrub conditions and moisture the last 3 years, which is great. So I want to be optimistic about that. But like Matt, I'm also a realist, and I understand that we're going to be facing realities. Right now, we're only talking about buck quotas. We don't have any doe harvest right now. We don't have any doe recommendations for you. Juniors can't harvest a doe. And that's really, when you're talking about managing populations, you're talking about female harvest. You're going to probably have some discussions about elk today, I suspect, and how we manage elk. One of the ways to do that is with female harvest, and we've demonstrated you can do an excellent job at that. Same thing with antelope. But what I've seen and heard is a stronger push for higher buck-to-doe ratios, higher quality deer. But deer need high-quality habitat for their populations and for healthy and strong antler growth. They also need moisture and biomass. But it's really about forage and forage quality if you want to talk about quality antlers on the landscape. We can do things like we can limit hunters. We can limit hunting pressure. We can try to increase age. We can manage for higher buck-to-doe ratios. But I would ask, are we really affecting populations with these quotas that we're recommending? My answer to that for my own question is essentially no, we're not. We're not really affecting the populations. We're affecting the population of bucks on the landscape and trying a little bit manage the people that are out there and who has access to them. And so this is just a final summary. I'll close with this. Sean already touched on these numbers, but these are the numbers that we're recommending. By and large, I just put this together to kind of show that we're trying to account for that 90-10 split as close as possible while considering the restricted non-resident guided tags that have already been issued. And so we try to account for that in our quota recommendations. We basically subtract them out of the equation as best we can. And it's really difficult to get exact. So we're pretty close. We're less than half a percent. And with that, I would be happy to stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it. All right. How about questions, comments? A lot of information there. Anything from the commission at this time? Questions, comments, concerns? All right. Everybody just want to jump into and start looking at quotas and see what we have? All right. The one question that I did have, and it maybe appears on the screen there to be answered, and I just wanted to see if in fact the cab any cab recommendations were in this as well that would be visible, that we could,
Yeah, I believe they should all be visible. You have to hover over the little arrows, so you pretty much have to go through them one by one if you want to see them all.
okay?
And I believe you guys usually take it out for cab comment as well, if you want their direct word of mouth.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and do we want to hear from cabs now? Any thoughts from the commission, or do we want to just kind of go through and then hear from the cabs?
Chair, I mean, maybe we can just go through all the recommendations and then let the cabs comment. But they're going to have to, we didn't get to see this ahead of time either. So maybe if we could just scroll through and then, what's that? Yeah.
Yep.
And Chair, I would offer is this,
Yeah.
it might be easier, I know, just for me looking at that little screen, that one's tough. The one behind you is a little bit more helpful when she hovers over it, a little bigger text. I don't know if we can get it over here. Yep, we'll get it over here as well so that side can see over
Okay,
here.
perfect.
If it would be helpful, we could maybe, as we're hovering over them, is try to narrate.
Yes, that would.
Yep, here comes a microphone. Thank you, Megan.
You guys are making me feel really important today. All right. So we have units 011 and 013. Washoe Cab suggested 40 because of low survey numbers for the resident quota. We have units 014. Washoe Cab suggested 12 because continued unit improvement. Moving down to 013. Humboldt Cab suggested 90 because current plan working well, no reason to put pressure on by increasing. And so that's a decrease from the resident quota and non-resident as well.
I'm sorry, Megan, that was 031?
031.
And what was that number again?
For the resident quota is 90. And the non-resident quota is 7. Okay, moving down to unit 051. Humboldt Cab for the resident quota suggested 121 because the current plan is working well. No reason to put on additional pressure. For the non-resident quota, they suggest 8 for the same reason. We have the 6 unit group. Early season Elko Cab for the resident quota suggested 761 because age and population concerns. For the non-resident quota, they suggest 44 for the same reason. For the late hunt in the resident quota, they suggest 89 because of age and population concerns. We have unit 065, Elko Cab suggests 25 because of age and population concerns. Moving down to unit 115. In the non-resident quota, White Pine Cab suggests 1 because the board notes that biological and survey data include growth in mule deer herds across the eastern Nevadan regions. However, the board recommends a conservative approach by gradually increasing quotas rather than adopting the department's maximum suggested levels. This approach supports maintaining a balance between quality mature bucks and a healthy population. So we have Unit 121 early, White Pine Cab suggests 85 for the same reason. I can read that again if you would like.
No, it's fine.
For the non-resident quota, they suggest 9 for the same reason. Unit 121 late, White Pine Cab for the resident quota suggests 9 for the same reason. And units 131 through 134 early, Lincoln Cab suggests 90 because of large increase in 1 year, as well as White Pine Cab suggests 80 for the same reason as recently presented. The non-resident quota, Lincoln Cab suggests 10 because of large increase in 1 year. White Pine Cab suggests 8. And then we have Unit 131 through 134 late. For the resident quota, Lincoln Cab suggests 10, and White Pine Cab suggests 8. Moving down to Unit 202, 205 through 208. We have for the resident quota, Mineral Cab suggests 46 because they would like the same as last year. Unit 221 through 223. In the resident quota, Lincoln Cab suggests 70 because no survey in the 2025 season and the shift some to some juniors. White Pine Cab suggests 75 because the board notes that biological and survey data increase growth in mule deer herds across the eastern Nevada units. And then in the non-resident quota, White Pine Cab suggests 5 for the same reason. We have the late season, 221, 223, the resident quota. Lincoln Cab suggests 10 because no survey in 2025 and to shift some quota to the juniors. White Pine Cab suggests 5. We have Unit 231. Lincoln Cab suggests 90 to shift some quota to the junior hunts. In the resident quota, the non-resident quota, Lincoln Cab suggests 10 for the same reason. Going back.
What was the issue there? I didn't. Oh, okay.
And that is all the recommendations for antlered mule deer and any legal weapon.
I'm sorry, Megan, could you go back up to 231 again, please? All right, so Lincoln is 90. Okay. And then 10. Okay. Thank you. All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Oops, come back here. All right, so given that we ran through each of those, do we want to then, from the commission standpoint, do we want to hear from the cabs now at this point in time? That everybody, all right? Perfect. Yeah, yes, Commissioner Booth.
Yes, thank you. You know, at our Humboldt County CAP Committee meeting, I spoke to them regarding the commission harvest guidelines that we have, a 30 to 40 buck to doe ratio. And it seemed, and Cody brought it up as well, and I appreciate Cody's presentation as well as Mr. Espinoza's. But I thought that when these commission harvest guidelines were brought up, that was supposed to ease the pressure from the commission in determining the quotas. And it seems like when we have all these different expectations from all various CAB members and all their input is much appreciated, it seems that we are getting away from that commission guideline that we have. And it's almost as if our input that we're receiving from our staff is untrustworthy. So I think we ought to be aware of what our expectations are relative to the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if those guidelines were actually approved or not. Nonetheless, they are guidelines. All more the reason probably why a their management plan, but point taken. Anything else from the commission? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and hear from some CABs. Are there any Community Advisory Board members here in attendance in Reno today that would like to be heard? Come on down. And
Mike Reese from the Lincoln County CAB. So I appreciate what Sean Espinoza had said back in the 80s, because I keep going back to that and use it as a barometer. But one of the things that's going on that I never hear anybody talk about is the compensation tags for the landowner. Now, I know that I think it's about 10 years ago, we changed it from 1% of the tags going for that to where our population started coming down and we're knocking on the door to, one year we didn't have enough landowner tags. We had to go to the legislature and they raised it to 2.5%. Now you fast forward to today, we only have 34 landowner tags in Lincoln County. I bring that up because I personally use that as a barometer to how our population locally is doing. I'd have to ask Cody, I don't remember, but I know that last year it was just under 50, maybe 47 or so. My point there is, for every landowner tag, we're talking 50 deer. So in our little county, we lost 700 deer. Now this is the fields that have water running full time and there's food source there full time, regardless of what our habitat conditions are like. And so I look at that and I go, man, so I know that I live on a 1,300 acre ranch and there's always a ton of deer. And I noticed a sharp decline last year. Now, unbeknowingly, I got Starlink, which gave me Wi-Fi at my house because I was off the grid, so to speak. With getting that, I put up some ring cameras, because I wanted to know who's coming to my gate when I'm on the road and who's coming up. Guess what I started getting? All of these deer coming in and feeding and drinking the water. And I can tell you the times and everything that came in. And I go, okay, so the field right in front of my house, it was not uncommon in November to have over 100 deer in that field. I never once this year counted more than 20. And I'm like, well, I hope that's an anomaly. I hope that's not going on throughout the rest of the county. I don't know that it is, but I'm looking at that going, man, is this cause for concern? So as we attended our CAB meeting, we talked about some of that stuff. And the CAB, you'll see, it sounds like, okay, we had 130 in Area 23. We asked for 90. But what we did is we said, okay, we're going to take to 90, we're going to take 40 off, but we're going to put 10 over here for junior, 10 over in this area for junior, and some over for archery. So in reality, we only cut the tags back 15 tags. I don't know that it was enough. I personally feel it should be more than that, but we didn't have any flights. So we're going on the previous year's data on that, and we had a very, very mild winter. I mean, this year right now, basically no snow and no rain. So I'm thinking, is that really truly the reason why we have a reduction in our landowner tags? I know the other counties don't have that luxury of looking at that, but we do. So I use that. So I would ask that you take that in consideration as we look at that, because I personally think our numbers are down. I had one of 5 tags that was issued last year for Area 22 late. I never saw a buck to shoot. However, where I was going was one of the largest bucks taken the day before where I was getting ready to go. So there are deer in there, but it is extremely hard to find during the hunting season. I think our collar project told us on February 18th of 2023 is when we collared 43 deer. They immediately left and went over to Area 23. Not uncommon, but I think with our collar projects we've got going on right now, and I hope that Cody can eventually elaborate on that, it is showing us and telling us a lot more data than what we had before. So with that, I think with our lowest deer population we've had in years, as the graph showed, the sportsman's feeling we'll take whatever deer we can get on the ground. We're not going to be choosy at this point, whether it's a buck or doe or fawn. We just got to have deer. Now, once we get it back up to, say, 100 or something like that, it maybe get a little bit more picky and choosy. But for me, if there was 45 bucks or 100 doe, I'm going to celebrate. But if we're up to 100, 150, no, we can probably say we can cut that back. We can start issuing more tags. So I think I would just ask that you take that in consideration as you guys cast your votes today on the state of where we're at. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Commission. Steve Robinson, Washoe. At our cab, we had a different recommendation from what was proposed by the department. And as you can see from our recommendations 011 to 013, we recommended the same tags as last year. According to the model data, the herd has decreased from 800 to 675 deer. The tags were recommended to increase from 40 to 55 in any legal weapon. We would have been well within our rights to recommend a reduction from last year's quota, but we recommended to keep it the same as last year. In 014, we recommended a modest increase from last year. Now, this is the area where we had the most optimism about. I was excited to recommend an increase from the past few years. As some of you know, this is one of the worst performing units in the state. 4 years ago, I recommended 2 tags for this area or an emergency closure as it was that critical. After many contentious cab and mule deer team meetings, Washoe finally had some of our recommendations listened to, and we finally have much better leadership in Director Janae, who allowed better management in 014. This area is now performing much better than we expected. We didn't go as high as the department wanted, but we would like a conservative approach as this area is just beginning its recovery. I'm hoping that next year we come in here and recommend many more tags. We agreed with pretty much everything else the department had to say. So I thought our meeting, which is unusual for Washoe, was very positive this year until it was over. It was obvious that the department was not happy with us. It was suggested that if I want some changes to the department's recommendations, that I come to the commission and change the buck to doe ratio recommendations and the draft guidelines. I thought this is what I was doing here today. We don't have anything, there are no guidelines right now. There was a draft guideline in 2022 that was not adopted by the commission. And so right now we go by this process. NRS 501.297 says the board shall solicit and evaluate local opinion and advise the commission. NRS 501.303, we shall submit our recommendations to the commission, which must be considered. And NRS 501.181 says you establish the policies. It does not mention anywhere that we blindly follow the recommendations from the department, as this is the law set forth in Nevada. So there is no draft. I can't find anywhere that is set in stone that we have to have 30 bucks per 100 does. And we consult with the public. And Washoe County is pretty animated in what we want and what we've been trying to do. And while we highly respect the work and knowledge of our biologist, I think he's awesome, John Ivonic, and then Cooper Munson and the department, we must establish the wishes, or we must listen to the wishes of the Washoe public per law. I feel that our mule deer team has made some progress in Washoe, and although we've been told the department didn't want us to meet anymore, I was encouraged from hearing from Deputy Director Scott yesterday that you guys want some more direction from the mule deer teams. So hopefully you guys will restart this program, as I think this has been valuable. It needs to be restarted. So I'm asking that the commission to respect the wishes of the Washoe Cab, our recommendations and the opinions of the public, and because the Washoe sportsmen deeply care about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jim Cooney for the record. One thing with the presentation that they're dealing with right now, going through Big Six, our cab suggested a decrease of 5%. However, and I can save some time later on during this meeting, but that 5% reduction would include all of the different weapon groups in Area 6. And that was the only thing that we had, and that was based on age and some of the factors that have taken place during this year. So all weapons class, the 5% decrease. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Brian Hooper from the Humboldt County Cab. As Eddie said, he was up at ours. We wanted to give you some of the reasoning that we had behind our purposes, in particular in 035 and 051. As mentioned, the department did not have the helicopter and the ability to go survey 035 to an extent, and one of our cab members actually is out there, lives there. They've been there, and even with our biologist went up there. And the numbers were very low. They just couldn't find anything that was very few animals. So we recommended to stay with the 2025 quotas on most of the areas that we were in. We were pretty conservative as it goes through. Let's see here. One of the other things that we took in consideration is the number that were surveyed on the agricultural lands. Are those actually going to be able to be hunted? Are they going to be on private property? They were included within the census, and we're like, they are not going to have that ability to be hunted. Why are we going to put more pressure on the animals that are just in the open range of the specific area? So those were some of the thought processes. Also, one of the things that was recommended was an increase in the junior tags, but it was from the primitive weapon season. And the primitive weapon was way down at 33%. And we were taking into consideration, well, why are we going to put double the number of junior hunters out there when we're going to end up with such a low success rate at that point in time? That was some of the reasoning that we were taking into consideration when we were looking at it, was success rate, quality of hunt. In 051, the quality of hunt, I myself personally had a tag, but others that were out there, they were very happy with the quality of hunt. And we were just looking at the survey numbers and going, hey, why don't we keep it the same just a little bit longer? But the agricultural considerations were really big that we had on there. I think you'll agree, Mr. Booth, that was a major topic of the way we were going. That's all I have. I just wanted to give you a reasoning for us behind the Humboldt County Cab. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Bunch Mineral. This year, well, with our seasons running in November, December, we were very fortunate this year. We had snow that hit us in late October, and it wasn't a lot of snow, it wasn't deep snow, but it was snow. And so the migrating herd moved. Historically, they don't move till we get the first snow, which we received earlier. And we were out there in November. I was out there, me and my group, and we observed the success of everyone that was out there that was hunting. We seen a lot of deer. We seen a lot of 3 points, a lot of smaller ones. The majority of the animals that were taken were 4 point or larger. And we seen a lot of the deer that was there. We moved into Southern County. I've never been down in the southern part, over in the Truman area. But this year we went down into that in the late part of November. And during the muzzleloader season, there was lots of deer there. So we felt we could be safe, at least running with the animals that we had last year, if not more. So these were observed on the ground that we physically observed. So we felt we could run with exactly the same quotas that we had last year or more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other county advisory boards wishing to be heard here in Reno? All right. Seeing none, how about any county advisory board members via Zoom?
Chairman Rogers and the commission, Paul Dixon, Clark County. Traditionally, Clark County really never has any recommendations, strong recommendations about quotas because we hunt everywhere else in the state. We generally don't hunt in Clark County for mule deer, elk, or antelope. Having said that, we did get input in my meeting via my Teams link from both White Pine and Lincoln County about changes that they were making. And although Clark County did not recommend any changes ourselves, we do support all the changes that are being recommended by White Pine and Lincoln counties as they were presented to you. So, and that will be the case for all weapon classes and all species going forward for Clark County, is that we did take recommendations from White Pine and Lincoln into our consideration of supporting them, although we did not make any specific changes recommended by Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that appears to be all the cab comment. So given those comments, I'll bring it back to the commission for any questions or comments before we Commissioner Gaviglio, I'm sorry, did you? Yeah.
I'll get started at least. Cody, on 231 we've got the quota recommendations, but when I go back to the quota recommendation forms, on the quota recommendation forms, the proposed quotas on there are lower than what's on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. Commissioner Gaviglio, that's a good point. We did catch that. It was basically a misprint in the quota recommendation form. So what you see in support material for the actual quota recommendation table is what we're recommending. I mean, I have them here if you want, but we're recommending 130 illegal weapon tags, not 104. It was just a typo that we missed. And I can give you the rest of them too, if you'd like. The rest of the quotas.
For the quotas, yeah.
It's like muzzleloader, I think we're recommending 22, and we had 18 on the form. For the juniors, 60, I believe, and we had 46 on the form. Those are the only, I think, where we're off.
And then I've got the mic, I'm on 221 late. There's a big jump in the late hunt, or recommended big jump in the late hunt in 22. And I'm just an assumption, but I'm assuming that's based on the collar data. That is that big a jump?
Actually, just speaking specifically to the late, I mean, we didn't change the apportionment or anything. That's primarily the late season success has been running about 30% for the 3-year average. And whereas in the early, it's running like 45%. That's tag success. And so, as part of our formula that's in Commission Policy 24, we're going to use demand success formula. So to get the same number of bucks in that season dead, that's why that quota is increasing a little bit. The tag data does suggest that there's obviously movement in between 22 and 23. As to when the availability of bucks are, it's kind of hard to say. Some of them were in 22 in the late season, and some of them were not during the first year we did the tagging. So we did try to adjust both our 22 and 23 models to try to account for that, and that's why you're seeing some of these increases across the two. But it is extremely difficult what we're finding with the collar data is that deer moved from 22 to 23, they moved from 22 to Utah, they go into 24. Some of them summer in 11, some of them summer in 13. I mean, we're just trying to do our best to try to capture what's there available during the hunting season.
And then I guess, again, while I got the mic, what are your thoughts, on Elko Cab, on the big 6 unit group? The Elko Cab's proposing a reduction there. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty moderate decrease. It's like 5%, I want to say. I don't think it's anything that the deer herd can't handle for sure, or that it does still put us outside of our guidelines, but I mean, we were already there to begin with, so.
All right. Anything else from the other commission members? Commissioner Bourne, I'm sorry, did you?
Yeah, I'll start with 22. I guess I'm disappointed in the fact that out of the 6 possible flights in the last 3 years, we've only flown 3 of them. And that disappointment has been exacerbated by the fact that we are learning so much from the color data on how extremely important Area 22 is to not only itself, but other units. So I would like to see more flight data on that. With that, I would have a tendency to support Lincoln and White Pines recommendations. I don't mind the shift, Lincoln and White Pines. I prefer the White Pines recommendation of 5 over 10 late tags. I have concern over the number of late tags there. As far as 12 or 13, it seems to me like looking at Lincoln and White Pine, they're pretty much lockstep in their recommendations, and I would support their recommendations for 13.
All righty, thank you for that. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Thank you, Cody. Couple questions, 011 through 013. We've got a population drop a little bit. I know that's a difficult unit. Can you just kind of give an overview of what you think's going on up there and just kind of the herd health and everything?
Yeah, so Commissioner Young, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So that really reflects more of shifting the population estimate to 033. So this unit has been pretty difficult for us to model and survey in the years past, especially with the low numbers. And so what we've done is we actually combined 033 with 011 many years ago when Chris Hampson was the biologist. And what we're kind of seeing with some of the more recent trends is just deer distribution isn't the same year after year. So we basically shifted some of those deer to the 033 apportionment of that unit, I guess. Even though they're modeled the same, we have separate quotas. So that's a little bit of that. You know, the reduced survey time we only had an hour to fly, I think. So it's probably not a reliable number you can hang your hat on in terms of the ratios. But I would point out that that's, what our models are for, is to try to predict when we don't have good data or if we don't have any data, that what the model is going to predict for buck ratios. Overall, if you just look at it, the hunt success is increasing. All things are indicating that 011 is doing, relatively well. Average 60% 4-point or better the last 3 years and 50% hunt success. So if that were an alternative unit, which it's not, it would actually be meeting the metrics for that one too.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. And then I've got a follow-up question. And if we want to pull Mr. Roberts up here as well, I'm more than happy to hear from Mr. Roberts. But we'll use unit 10, and this is kind of consistent through a lot of the units. and this is kind of a high level question, not a specific buck to doe ratio question. We're seeing mild increases in population in 7 and 10 we can use, although we're seeing pretty high fawn recruitment. And going back for the last 5 years, say 2019 through 2022 was an extreme drought, really bad for fawn recruitment. 22, 23 winter, high percentage winter kill, total loss probably on fawn recruitment. However, the last 3 years have been pretty good weather-wise, knock on wood. But we're only seeing a mild increase, even though we're seeing high in the population objectives or population estimates. The question is, why are we just seeing 300 to 400 increase when we're seeing 60 to 100 fawn to does?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Scott Roberts for the record. Part of that is just dealing with that big winter. It's easier to have accuracy further out. That first year, we pulled that estimate down to 10.7 in Area 10 specifically. Probably didn't take it down that far enough in modeling adjustments. Last year, that modeled estimate would have been less than 10,000. And so it's catching up to what happened. This is more reflective. You can see that we've had pretty fantastic recruitment the last couple of years. And so the realized growth on the landscape is higher than what it says on the paper deer. So that's a big part of that. Area 7.
So, Ms. Roberts, for clarification, so do we believe, and again, it's very difficult to actually get a number or population.
Yeah.
But do you believe, let's use 11,000 is more, we've kind of caught up and you're more comfortable with that number, or do you believe there's a higher population on the landscape?
No, I think the 11,000 is more accurate. Yeah. I just think it would have been growth from somewhere 93 to 9,500 2 years ago to 11,000, and it would look a lot more exciting on paper. But yeah, it was just accounting for the adult loss in those years is pretty tough, until you have a couple more data points.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I'd assume similar in 7.
7, I would say we were probably more accurate with our estimate 2 years ago in 7. And then it hasn't had as good a recruitment. This year came in at 33. And, it's not stacking on as, historically good recruitment as 10 has. The previous 2 years in Area 10 were the best in 25 years, that we'd stacked together. And then we threw another good one on top this year. And so I would say 7 is probably a more accurate reflection of what was going on. So, yeah.
Thank you. And then while I have you up here, Mr. Roberts, 111 through 113. That obviously, unfortunately, seems like a unit that's not recovering, similar to the surrounding units. And when you guys calculated, put in the formula, the numbers from population and buck to doe, is that with the fawn collaring project as well, data? I mean, that is concerning data from a percentage. Was that all entered into it? And what do you think's going on there?
It's incredibly troubling information. Just to give an update from when that information was written in the last month, there were 25 fawns collared and fitted with ear tags in Unit 111. This all took place in December 2025. Since that time, we had lost one to capture myopathy, one ear tag quit working, one fell out, one fawn was lost to poor body condition, one to coyotes, and 8 to mountain lions. So that's 47% of the total ear tags that went out we have lost. A high proportion of those were lost after we flew our surveys, Area 11, we fly deer and elk at the same time, and so it's typically the first flight on the spring deer docket. And so with that, we're taking all that into account. We're coming in pretty conservative. That's why we are seeing the drops in quotas there. 19 of the 25 ear tags went out in Duck Creek. And of those 19, one was the poor body condition, one was the coyotes, and 7 were the mountain lions. And so that makes up the bulk of, that's the nucleus of the deer herd. And so we're going to double down on that effort this year. We'll be following up, but as of right now, we're proposing, a sizable cut and kind of to be determined where we go from there.
Thank you. And the other 6 were in a different area in 111, and they're still all active?
I guess we lost a handful of those, but yeah, they were just in more to the north there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Deputy Director Scott.
Thank you, Mike Scott, for the record. Just to follow up on what Scott said and kind of related to Commissioner Munn's questions yesterday about the predator plan, that was one place where we saw that high mountain lion predation, and Joe Bennett could speak to it, but we did get Wildlife Services in there to try to remove some of the lions that were causing some of those issues.
All right, good. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Messna.
Quick comment question. I appreciate the Elko's cab when they use percentages across the board, just because of what we're trying to deal with up here with policy 24, where we've got everything broke down in percentages. It sometimes gets messy when we're saying we want to increase, 5 archery tags here and decrease rifle tags by here. It gets really messy on this end of the table, and that policy 24 is kind of directing us more towards percentages. So I do appreciate that comment from the Elko cab. But having said that, Mr. Roberts, are you okay with that recommendation of a 5% cut in Big 6 across all weapon classes since you're up there?
Yeah, Scott Roberts for the record. Yeah, we're comfortable with it. The proposed recommendations were going to $31. This will push us to 32. So, yeah, I don't think it's anything to be too worried about.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, I would just echo a couple of things that Commissioner Bourne touched on, specific to areas 221 through 223, and some of those same concerns. The fact that we haven't had aerial any surveys the last couple of years, and while the collar monitoring has certainly been helpful and an informational in terms of movements, I don't think that necessarily helps us in determining fawn recruitment or buck-doe ratios that we talk about or anything like that. And we're really heavily relying on the modeling these things out from past data. So I get that it's more than a finger in the wind, but without some of those surveys, I think it's difficult to really garner some of that data. So specific to Area 22, I know White Pine and Lincoln have opined and had their thoughts on the quotas. I would be supportive of White Pine County, some of their recommendations as it relates to 22. 231, kind of the same story there. I know looks like we didn't have a survey here this last year. And for some of the reasons that were spoke about by the CAB, I would, again, be kind of supportive in Area 231 of some of the CAB recommendations. And then specific, I just wanted to also touch on 131 to 134. And I know there was some consideration of cuts in that area as well. And I think that, again, given some of the challenges that unit has had over the last couple of years. I know our buck-doe ratios, which we have talked about ad nauseum, is a little high, but again, I would be supportive of some of the CAB recommendations relative to 131 to 134 as well. Anyway, just wanted to touch on that. For my 2 cents, yes, Commissioner Munn.
Thank you so much. And I actually want to pick up that line of questioning on 131 to 134. Because one of the things I want to appreciate is that actually there's a little bit deeper amount of data in the quota rationale that is presented here, which I find particularly helpful. And looking back, it looks like in 2025, the postseason buck ratio was set to 45, which is well above what I think our recommendations are currently driving us towards. And this is based on 40 bucks per doe as a postseason buck ratio. So I guess I'm struggling to understand, and maybe folks who know this place better than me, and seeing increasing populations. From the data that I see on this, I'm confused why we would actually, and I appreciate there's a big jump here, but I guess I'm just struggling to understand. We've heard from Administrator Espinoza about kind of getting into this negative feedback cycle on some of these places. This seems to be, to me, a good example of a place where we might be accidentally tripping into that.
Scott Roberts, for the record, just for clarification, these are set on 47 bucks. Last year's proposal was set on 45. The commission decided to cut those. We came in with the observed at 48 during this year's survey. And with the proposed cuts, that would be pushing the buck ratio up to 52. So kind of to some of the points that have been made, here's an area where 6 of 6 surveys have taken place. And we're seeing that buck ratio march away from us. I think it would just behoove us to ask the question, is it worth flying if we're getting the data and then we don't react to it? I'm not sure if the cost benefit analysis would say that flights make sense moving forward if we have observed buck ratios at 48 and we're not addressing it, or so.
All right. Anything else from the commission? Any other questions, concerns, comments? Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess, just for myself on the 131 through 134, looking at the data that's presented, I myself am fine with the actual proposed, because you look at we have done the flights, you look at the postseason buck ratios, look at the success rate of 4 or greater, like they are high, they're high. And I do acknowledge that. So for me and some of my White Pine County brethren might hate me, but I have no problem with the actual proposed quotas in 13. Because we do have the data there. It's there. You could see it. So.
One question that I had as it relates to that particular unit group as well, given the nicety that we do have a bunch of data on there, and given the fact that that unit is probably still extremely off of carry capacity, and for some of the reasons that were mentioned earlier in the presentation of bucks competing and for forage and things like that, just curious if that is an issue, or the department feels that's an issue in this particular area, given the fact that, again, that we're so far under capacity, if in fact bucks are competing, whether it's for does or for food, habitat, what have you.
I think it would be sorry, Scott Roberts for the record, I think it would be dependent on what environmental conditions look like moving forward. I think as we sit right now, we can say, yeah, we have room for growth, but if we go into 4 hot, dry months, we might not be able to say that on the other end of the summer. So I would say weather dependent.
So the carry capacity, you feel is weather dependent?
I think all carrying capacities are weather dependent. Yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else? Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
I guess since I live there, I'll give a little bit on habitat there and where we're at weather-wise and carrying capacity. Last storm, we had an inch of rain. In April, we had 2.33 inches of rain at my house. Down the road 7 miles back into Crunch Summit, I've got another place. I have a gauge there as well. The precipitation there almost mirrored what it was in land. The bitter brush component has leader growth about that high right now, and it all looks pretty good. The large black sage right now has 6 inches of leader growth on it. So from a habitat standpoint, I feel we're in pretty good shape everywhere, really Highway 50 down through 13, maybe not in the very southern end as much, but I can't speak to that. I haven't been in there that much. I'm just relying on other people.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Mr. Roberts. So there's a carrying capacity population objective that we don't have, but what would you say the range would be, kind of a ballpark range? And totally agreeing, it depends on what comes this next 4 or 5 months, but is it 2,500? Is it 3,500? Is it?
Scott Roberts for the record, I'd be scared to put a target in there because if you have 4 feet of snow, your carrying capacity is probably 1,000 at that point. I mean, it's so fluid. We've talked about this for years. You know, the carrying capacity in Area 10 might be 20,000 today, but it could be 8,500 next winter. So it's pretty rough to, even put a range out there.
All right. Anything else from the commission? Any other questions? All right. Looks like seeing none. So given that, do we want to just kind of go right down through these and give our thoughts on each of these units? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, public comment on before we go to. Yes, well, I apologize. Numbers are jumping around in my head. So given the fact that we haven't, well, I guess that was cab. Good call. All right, keep me on point here, everybody. With that, obviously a lot of discussion, so maybe let's have some public comment. Any public comment here in Reno? And if there's several folks that do have public comment here in Reno, and maybe come on down a little closer to the mic and.
Mel Belding, Washoe County, member of the public. I appreciate what Mr. Reese was talking about with the agriculture and the deer on it. I'm certainly in favor of leaving the quota at 40 for 11, 12, and 13. The same ranch that the Department of Wildlife exterminated a whole bunch of deer on back in the 80s. After that, put in the landowner tags, and this ranch had 200 deer on it, enough for 4 tags. This year, the best he's had in the past few years has been 22 deer total on the ranch. This year, it's half of that. I suspect myself personally, I know it's just my opinion, but I don't think the deer herd is anywhere near what they're projecting up there. I appreciate the slide that we've seen from Mr. Schroeder about competition with livestock horses on mule deer. Myself personally, I'm out in the winter a lot because of what I do. I've never in my life, even at 250,000 deer, seen the competition that we talk about in the does and the bucks. I talk to a lot of people, they've never seen it either. Might happen, but certainly today, we don't have the population for that to happen. Well, 11, 12, and 13, talk about horse numbers. We got another gather coming up there pretty quick. If you look at the literally tens of thousands of suspended AUMs in that country, I just can't believe that cattle is a bigger problem. Back in the day, they ran a lot of sheep in there. And I don't want to talk about 014 about the same thing. The largest permittee up there holder is probably got the least amount of cattle, and he's all in it for the drought money, his insurance money. Mitch Bailey told me the other day, this is the first time he has not seen a single horse in 014. The past 3 years, horses, feral horses in 014, where I look, are about non-existent. So I think with that, I'll leave it there, but no one at the CAB meeting wanted any more tags, not even what they recommended. Thanks.
Thank you.
Brian Hooper, the Humboldt County CAB. Just for one clarification, even looking up there, 031, for example, we made the recommendation of the same number as tags last year. We also had to make that adjustment to the 90-10 scale for the non-resident. So where it may look like some of the county advisory boards are all over the place making an adjustment while you're trying to adjust every single tags, it was to keep those ratios the same when we moved it back. So if you were to go look at the junior tags, for example, we were looking at the same number. We were just putting everything back to the 2025. I may have said 2024. So it didn't much think we were micromanaging every single item that went through. In order to do the input for the commission, we had to go through and make those adjustments. And it can look a little cluttered, but it's really not. It is in order to maintain some of those ratios that were required. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom?
Hey, this is Brent Pollock from Knight County. So once again, just to remind everyone, Knight County's CAB was not able to meet and send in recommendations on this. I've personally talked to dozens of people, and there's not a single person that aligns nor agrees with what the department is recommending for 2026 quotas in hunt units 16 and 17, especially 17 asking for a 350 tag increase is completely insane. Our buck to doe ratios are steady. Our 4-point percentage is on a decrease trend. Everything else is trending pretty flat. The numbers, we did not have any surveys conducted on the 24-25 via helicopter or anything, so we don't even have data to compare that to. Everything's being compared to a 23-24 count, where it's pretty even. Somehow the department feels there's another 800 animals on the landscape. We cannot support this type of an increase. 16's trending pretty flat. What we're doing is working. We need to leave it alone. So if we could just, I advise everybody, if we could just align with what 25 was, do that we could not have any type of a public input, I feel like that would be best for everybody. Thanks.
Cody Knight for the record. So
One thing that I did notice in a lot of these notes is the lack of flights. And there's a new company out there called Hawaii Air, which I feel is something that the department should definitely look into, allowing some thermal imaging to get some accurate quotes. So just something, I believe it's hawaiiair.com if y'all want to see the actual videos of how they do their thermal imaging. It's pretty neat. I also would like to recommend removing the SAL quota. Thank you.
Blair Smith for the record. Nye County resident. My family and I live in Area 17. I have 6 children, 5 of them all hunt. You know, like Brent Pollock said, we did not get to have a cab meeting. I feel like the 350 increase would be detrimental. This is no reason to up it. We're finally beginning to see better quality, more deer. I would just request that the commission keeps it as 2025 and then reevaluate it next year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That appears to be all the public comment. So with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Any additional discussion or comments on any of that? All right. Oh, yes, Commissioner Munn.
Yeah, since there's been a lot of comments about 16 and 17, I was struggling to understand, and maybe it's in here, there's a lot of information to digest. But again, just looking at the data that we have, especially, let's take 17. We see there's a pretty solid survey was conducted this year in 25, 26. You saw over 1,000 deer. And then again, this spring, a fair number of them. And your buck to doe ratio is 38. What was the objective set? What was the buck to doe ratio objective used to set these to set the quotas for this year? Was it 30 or was it 32? And apologies for not seeing it.
Yeah, for the record, Commissioner Young, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. I don't know specifically what you're asking. If you would like to hear it direct from the horse's mouth, he is present in the room. The biologist, we'll be hearing from later, Hunter Burkett. But just in general, one of the reasons we are where we're at, and this speaks to many units. We had a big discussion about 13, but our recommendations keep getting cut year after year by the cabs, and the commission also agrees with them. And so we're starting from behind to begin with. The survey data suggests that the population is growing. We've had great spring fawn ratios. Granted, we didn't fly in 24, 25, but a spring ratio of 49 is really strong. That indicates the population is growing. So that's going to increase your tags right there. We're starting from a high buck ratio to begin with. It's a standard unit. We should be, by our own guidelines, we should be trying for 30. I think we were probably around 36 is what we were trying to shoot for. Again, trying to move it back towards 30. But if you would like to hear from the biologist, I'm sure he
the biologist is welcome to come forward. I guess the other thing that I'm trying to struggle with, and I don't know this landscape very well, but I respect the observations of the folks who are there. So I'm trying to reconcile, in your opinion and in the biologist's opinion, why are we seeing a difference between what people are observing and sort of we've heard a lot of information, people saying, oh, I don't see that many deer out there. I'm not sure that that's correct. why would we see a difference potentially between what the biologists are seeing? This is a big question. And what in this unit, what's the nuanced discussion about why the folks who are there may be seeing something different than the biologists?
That's a difficult question. I don't know why they see something different. We fly it from a helicopter. We see a lot more than you see from the ground. We fly wilderness areas that most people aren't willing to get into from the helicopter. A good chunk of that survey comes from the Arcdome Wilderness. We counted over 1,000 deer with a buck ratio of 38. 41% of the bucks that we observed on survey were 4-point or better. That's a pretty big number.
So I'm following up on that line of thinking, again, and I think you actually did answer my question, and so I just want to repeat it back. And the kind of information that I think is really helpful, which is that in this particular unit, so much of it is high country, so much of it is wilderness, that we can potentially see that discrepancy where deer are kind of in places where people aren't seeing them as much, and they could still be there. Because again, I don't want to discount the information that we're getting from folks on the ground. I'm sure it's accurate to the best of their knowledge, but I also don't want to discount the information that the department has, and how those two pieces of information are gathered may influence why there's that discrepancy. So I guess I'm just trying to tease that out here, because I think it's helpful to understand and again, be respectful of those observations on both sides.
Yeah, there's tree cover as well. I mean, we can see through the trees a little better from the helicopter. But just regards to the tag numbers, one of the issues I think is you got to factor in success rates too. So we do that on a unit by unit basis. This tends to run lower, and it always has been that way.
It's hard to get to.
Yeah, exactly. So in order to get that many dead deer on the landscape, we got to have a pretty aggressive jump in quotas to get there, by our calculations anyway. So I think the combination of that, the population growing, and the fact that we're starting behind in terms of the buck ratio to begin with, because of the cuts that have been made, just makes it difficult. And I guess while I'm up here, I just throw this out there that, I get that people don't believe our data, or they don't believe our models, or they say you have to fly a unit every year to, make an accurate prediction. I personally don't think that's true. I don't know why we would have ever developed models in the first place. We've been using these models for over 20 years. We can't fly every year. We can't fly every unit every year. It's impossible. It would cost us a fortune, and we couldn't even logistically do it if we wanted to. So that's part of the reason why we use models. And then we also prioritize units on a year-to-year basis. And then there's things that just come up, like Sean touched on, the mechanics of the helicopter, weather, all those things factor in. One other point, that I was at the Washoe CAB meeting, and it was a good civil discussion. I think it was a good meeting. I went up there to speak as on behalf of the public, I guess, or myself towards the end. And I simply asked the question, what's the goal? Because the question was asked of us, what the goal is. What are we even trying to manage here for? We're using our guidelines. They were approved by the commission. They were presented in 2022 to the commission. So I know they're not a formal policy, but they were approved, and that's what we're using. If you would like us to manage differently, if counties would like us to manage differently, please offer us something. If you want to manage for 45 to 50 bucks per 100 does in Area 13, then please tell us to do so. Otherwise, we're going to keep coming back with the same recommendations, if not higher, year after year.
All right. Anything else? Any other questions, comments?
I got one more.
Yeah, no, please.
And this is just a sort of a much more global question, and perhaps you can answer it. Is just again, let's talk about models for a second. I want to back up a little bit, and maybe I should have asked this at the beginning, but if you could help me again understand, because there's a couple different strategies that you guys apply. I see when you're sort of keying in that postseason buck ratio that I think drives a lot of how this model works. And I'm just kind of wondering if you could help me understand in the different units. So there's one where you have really good survey data. Then there's one where you have maybe survey data that you have some question of. And then there's units where you have no survey data and you're having to sort of take a stab at it based on various other components. How do you guys think about keying in that number in each of those conditions so that, again, I'm just trying to understand the thought process on the back end so that I can better interpret the data that's given to us?
Yeah, so any unit that we have survey data for in a model, we're by and large going to use the number that we put in the model to make the quota recommendation. We don't really try to hedge that number or anything like that. We do in certain units try to account for landowner tags. That has been talked about as well. We haven't even got to that, but in some cases we try to take out the landowner comp tags to kind of account for the high number of tags, but we only do that in a couple places. But when we get to the final quota recommendation, we do look at some of these other ancillary things like hunt success, for instance, or 4-point or better, like for alternative units. So the final quota recommendation doesn't solely rely on that number that our postseason objective suggests, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And then, of course, we've got the non-standard units. There's no number that goes into the thing. We just estimate it based on hunt success. We just do our best with hunt success.
I don't think I asked my question well, but it's going to take me a little bit to ask it better so I can get a different answer. So I yield.
All good. One of the things, Mr. Schroeder, that might be helpful to Commissioner Munn, and that is maybe if you could talk to her a little bit about, because obviously we talk a lot about buck-doe ratios, but maybe if you could talk a little bit for Commissioner Munn's edification on how the department views or calculates fawns into that buck-doe ratio.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I have an entire presentation on this exact topic that I've given in the past, but I probably need to brush it off. The fawns basically go into the population model. That's one of the main inputs into the model is the fawn to doe ratio. That's kind of what projects how many deer you have. From there, we take the number of adult does and the adult bucks. And then that is what our quota calculation formula looks at, the total numbers, bucks and does. And it gives you a preseason ratio. So if you had a hypothetical population of 1,000 and you had 60 bucks as your preseason estimate, you'd have 600 deer in there, 600 bucks, 1,000 does. Let's just use that example, 1,600. Then you take that number and you have a postseason. This might have been what you were asking about. So what's our objective postseason? That's going to be a much lower ratio, obviously. If we're using 30, you need to get from a preseason estimate of 60 per 100 down to 30 after the hunting season. So that's what the postseason objective is. It's basically how many bucks should we have on the landscape at the end of the hunting season? So then that ratio, let's just say it's 30 for purposes of argument. Okay, now how many tags do we need to get to the 30? And that number gets distributed in a lot of different ways. It gets distributed to resident illegal weapon, non-resident illegal weapon, muzzle loader, archery, junior, on and on. So that number just basically gets divided up a bunch of times, and that's how we get to the tags in the end. I don't know if that clarifies things.
And
so the fawn ratios basically drive the population estimate. Population estimate goes into what we call the quota array. And then the quota array predicts based on hunt success by weapon class, how many tags in each class you need to have to get to your postseason objective.
And specific to that buck ratio, based on the observed fawns or the fawn counts in the spring, we're constituting that 50% of those are bucks, 50% are does, and those are then also calculated into the buck-doe ratio.
Yeah, essentially, yep. That's exactly right.
It's probably not germane at this point. And thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it. I think where I'm again, I yield. I'll formulate my question at another moment.
Yeah, all good. Thank you. All right, anything else from the commission? All right, are we at a spot where we want to kind of dive into these? Commissioner Caviglia, any?
I was just going to ask the chair, do you want to just stick with the resident antlered and non-resident antlered, any legal weapon hunts?
Yes, I think so. I think so. And then we'll go on to the next one and from there.
Are you looking for a motion or?
Sure. Yeah, or if we want to, Vice Chair Young?
Yeah, I believe we walk through each one, and that's usually how we do it, correct?
Walk through each
unit.
individual unit and kind of figure out what the number is?
From my memory, we went 011 through 013. Anyone comment?
Okay. Yeah, and I'm good with that if we want to. So so kind of go right on down this list here that we have. So with 011 to 013, again, the recommended 55. We heard some other numbers. Any thoughts on the commission on what we want to do there?
Thanks, Chair. As an individual grew up hunting in northern Washoe, I would echo Mr. Schroeder's comments. I think maybe in the future, drafting the mule deer management plan or future meetings, there probably should be a conversation with the northern Washoe units as to the direction, the cabs and other individuals, the public and the department wants to go. Because I agree, we're having a difficult time in those units. I will say in 011 through 013, because of the declining population, I'm at 45. And in 014, there's an increasing or stable population, and I'd go to 14 on those. And then I'm good with the other X for northern Washoe.
All right. All right. Seeing nothing, no additional on that. Yes, Commissioner Booth.
With those suggestions, are we going to put those in on the slides so we can review those as we go through, or are we writing them down individually?
Probably write them down individually, I would think.
Or does Megan have the capacity to put it on the screen?
Probably not.
I normally do the changes as you guys submit a motion in order to capture everything. So if it's still a conversation, I don't necessarily want to make those changes in the program.
Yep.
So I don't get lost.
So is this a motion, or are we just still conversation?
We're still just kind of
Okay, thank you.
Conversating. All right. The other ones, we didn't have much on 015, 021, 022, but on 031, of course, recommended there was 115. We heard from the cabs and some input there. Anybody have any other thoughts on that? All right. And going on down to 032, 033, 34 on down. Didn't have much comment on that. 051, if I'm reading that right. recommended of 138, and we had heard some comments of 121 resident from the cabs. Don't know if anybody had any concerns, questions, comments on that. And then down into 061, the big six, a lot of discussion there, and that 5% cut that we heard from the cab on that. Just to reiterate, 065, I think there was maybe a slight increase in 065, recommended 20, an increase into 25. And then as we move down here to, what was it, 121, I think we heard some comment on that of 106. And some additional, 106 was a recommended, I think 85 was from the cabs, on down to 121 late, 13 and 9, or 13 down to 9. Area 13, 131 to 134 early, I think recommended again was 120. We had heard from both Lincoln and White Pine, 90 and 80 respectively. And then in the late on 131, we had heard from Lincoln and White Pine 10 and 8, I think kind of respectively there. I don't know if anybody had any thoughts on that. All right. And then moving on down, obviously a bit of discussion from Area 16, even though the Nye County Cab did not have a chance to meet for the reasons that we talked about. And those recommendations there, and recommended as we heard from the cab. And then on down into, I think the next one was 202, and then 205, 208, 41 and 46 is kind of what we had heard. And then into 221, 223 early and late. Early recommended was 93. We had heard from Lincoln and White Pine, 70 and 75 respectively was kind of their recommendation. And then on the late, 16 recommended, 10 and 5 from Lincoln and White Pine respectively. I know we talked about that. Didn't know if anybody had any other thoughts on that. And then 231, 130, and recommended Lincoln County was 90. And then again, didn't have really any change on any of the others. So any other discussion on any of those? If not, we can kind of maybe, I think, entertain a, yes, Commissioner Munn.
Sorry, I just have a process question. I just don't know how this works. So are you, thank you for summarizing what the cabs have presented and what the discussion has been. It's not clear to me, and I'm just going to ask the question sort of point blank, is like, is the idea that somebody is going to present a motion that supports all those sort of point blank, or are we going to, like, what's the process?
So
here?
what's going to happen is somebody is going to make a motion for approval of this particular hunt, 1331.
Yeah.
And with any noted changes from the recommended versus what they're proposing in the motion, and I'll go right on down the list of each one of those units if there's any changes.
So we're going to go unit by unit?
I'm sorry?
So we're going to go unit by unit, and I guess, again, I'm confused about the process. So because I just want to make sure I understand. We've had a summary of the information.
Yep.
What's the unit at which we're going to make motions and decide on them?
Yep. So we're going to make a motion as a whole for this any legal weapon hunt 1331.
Okay.
So somebody will make a motion to approve the quotas for that particular hunt with some noted changes if they have any, right? So if, as an example, 011 and 013, somebody may say, with the noted changes of X number of tags.
Okay.
And write on down the list as they go. All right. And we can certainly, as that motion is being made or is made at that time, if there's somebody that maybe differs from that a little bit, we can certainly discuss it. All right. Good. So with that, I will entertain a motion or Commissioner Munn, you want to tackle that one? Or? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
All right. I'll take a stab at a motion, and if anybody wants to make a friendly amendment, let me know. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the resident mule deer antler and any legal weapon hunt 131 as presented with the noted changes. And again, these are my recommendations, so if anybody's got anything, speak up. 011 through 013, 45, 014, 14. 031, I'm going to leave it as recommended. 051, I'm going to propose to leave it as recommended. The Area 6 unit group, 761, early, 761. The Area 6 unit group, late, 89. The 065, 25. 121 early, I was going to split the difference between the cab recommendation and the proposed quota at 95. Late, I'll go to propose 11. The 131 through 134 early, as based upon my comments I stated earlier, as recommended. 131 through 134 late, as recommended. 202, 205 through 208. 46, 221 through 223 early. I was going to say proposed 75, 221 through 223 late. I was going to propose 10, 231. I was going to propose kind of split the difference between the two and go with 110. And that's all I've got.
All right. Any questions, concerns on that? For the most part, I am okay with that. But I would entertain in Area 22 late, just my opinion on that. I know we threw out 10. I would like to stick with the recommended and that which was recommended by White Pine of 5, but I'm one of 9.
So I will accept that amendment, and I'll change that recommendation to 5 and 221 late. 221 through 223 late.
Okay. And then also, I don't believe, I apologize, but I don't believe in the motion there was anything on Area 16 and 17 where we just wanting to keep those as recommended?
As recommended, and just looking at the backup data, I don't have, and Cody's justification, I personally don't have any issues with those recommendations, so.
Okay. Yep, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, and thank you, Commissioner Caviglia, for the motion. My only ask to amend would be in 131 through 134 early to go down to 110 in the early. And the late was as is?
Correct. And I will amend my motion to take a slight haircut in 131 through 134 early to 110.
I'd like to push back on those. I'd like to see those remain as suggested in order to maintain these populations based on the data that we have. Again, I don't see a reason, given the information presented to us, to take cuts on 121 or 131 to 134.
I guess I'm gonna with my motion, I'm gonna leave it at 110. It's a minor adjustment. So
okay, easy enough. All right. Anything else? Everybody seems pretty good with that.
I mean, I'll go with it.
I'm sorry? You got it. All right. So we do have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Caviglia. We do have a second from Commissioner Keel. All those in favor with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Seeing none, that motion carries. All right. Thank you. It is 11 o'clock. Do we want to catch a breath? And all right, so it's 11 o'clock straight up. Maybe let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:15. Thank you. You're gonna knock? Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and have everybody take their seats and we'll get going again here. All righty. We'll go ahead and I think we've got everybody in place. So we are going to move on now to and cover the non-resident mule deer antler. This is any legal weapon hunt 1332. And hopefully, based on the decisions that were just made, hopefully, I think the program maybe populates some of those resident, non-resident spreads. So maybe if we could go through each of those and take a look at those real quick would be great.
Members for the commission, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So, yeah, I believe the computer will try to calculate the non-resident quota. However, there are the cabs did their own recommendations. I don't know if you want to follow theirs or follow they might be off by one or two, I guess is what I'm saying. I think you can actually compare them if you just hover over it. Yeah, so they have 10. $89, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so she went in and inputted all those, and then anything that's in red has been adjusted to the 90-10, I guess.
Red or green.
Or green.
I'm sorry, one more time. What was in red now?
The proposed change for the non-resident quota,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
or pinkish. I mean, I'm just eyeballing them. I can't really figure it out in my head, so they look pretty close enough.
Do we trust Megan?
Do we trust that?
No
Sal?
pressure, Megan. All right. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Chair. if
They
you don't-
will be slightly different than what the cab recommended ones were, I guess, by maybe one or two.
Chair, if you don't mind, maybe we just, and I don't mind doing it, but just scroll to the top, Megan, and I'll just read those aloud.
Okay.
If you don't,
Yeah,
if you
perfect.
have no problem. So
No?
the new, 011, 013 is 3. 014 is 1. 061, the big 6 unit group is 53. Oh, back up 1 second. The big 6, okay, the late didn't change, I'm sorry. 121 is early is 9. Then 202, 205, 208. Is that 4? '22 early is 5. And 231 is 9.
Yep,
All
that's
right.
all.
All right. Everybody get,
And I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah, no,
In
please.
my opinion, I myself, I mean, we've already had the conversation on the, we've already had the conversation on both. I'm of the mind just to stick with the split on the computer myself, but I don't know where everybody else is at.
easy enough. Yeah, we had obviously lengthy conversation around that, and I think it's, given that set split, that these are what they are. Does commission have any issues with any of that? All right. So seeing none from the commission, maybe we will have some maybe public comment on that real quick and move from there. So any public comment at all here in Reno? And again, this is specific to the non-resident mule deer antlered and illegal weapon hunt 1332. All right, so no public comment here in Reno. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission then for any additional discussion or motion or, yes, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. With that, I'll move to approve the non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt 1332 as presented with the following changes. In unit group 011 through 013, the quota will be 3. Unit group 014, the quota would be 1. The big 6 early unit groups would go to 53. The area 131 through 134 early would go to 9. Units 202, 205 through 208 would go to 4. 221 through 223 early would go to 5. And unit 231 would go to 9.
All right, thank you for that. So we do have a motion from Commissioner Keel on the floor. Yes.
Yeah, just point of clarification on
Yes.
121 and 131. 131, 134. I think we might be, yes, flipped.
Yeah, that's correct. I gave you the wrong unit group. It should be, 121, right? Yep.
So 121 is 9.
Yeah, 131 would actually just
Would
stay at 11.
Stay at 11.
Yep.
Would stay, okay. All right, everybody okay with that one minor little adjustment change there? Okay. So we'll proceed. We do have a motion then from Commissioner Keel. We have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, let's, did we want to do maybe Junior next, or did we want to combine the archery and muzzleloader?
I mean, yeah, you could, it's up to you. I think there's less for sure on the archery and muzzleloader combined. So
All
with
right.
alternative recommendations. So you could do them together for sure.
All right. Want to tackle that? Anybody have any? All right. So yeah, so maybe let's try that for funsies. Let's see if we can look at then the archery and muzzleloader, those primitive together.
Sure. I'll read them. I can. Yeah, different.
Or, and I
do you want me to read
apologize.
through?
Or if it's easier for you guys to do them separately or what have you, but
I guess, do you want us to read through all the
Yeah.
alternative
yeah,
recommendations?
just same as we did
Okay.
in the previous.
Yeah, so the first one is 011 to 013. We're in archery, archery hunt, 1341. 011 to 013, the cab recommended 25. Can you hover it over it again? Because low survey numbers. For 014, they want 9, I believe, because of not 100% increase. I believe that's the population didn't increase by 100%. For 021, oh yeah, 015, 3, because they're moving some of the tags to the muzzle loader. 031, because the current plan is working well, no reason to put pressure on by increasing. And then non-resident, they're recommending a change for the same reason. And then the 051, recommending a tag quota of 55, same rationale, current plan working well, no reason to put pressure on by increasing. Non-resident, they're suggesting 6, same reason. 061, Elko Cab recommending 356 because age and population concerns. And then same for the non-residents, same rationale, recommending quota of 40. White Pine Cab suggesting for unit 221, 223, 25. The board notes that the biological survey data indicates growth in the mule deer herd across eastern Nevada units. However, board recommends a conservative approach by gradually increasing quotas rather than adopting the department's maximum suggested levels. This approach supports maintaining a balance between quality mature bucks and a healthy population. And the Lincoln Cab is recommending 35 because they want to take some from the illegal weapon category. That's it for archery. And then for muzzleloader, for 011 to 013, the Washoe Cab, I believe, is recommending 5 because of low survey numbers. In unit 011 to 013, and unit 015, they're suggesting 3 because they moved some basically over from the archery category.
I apologize, Cody. What was that one? 015, did you say?
015, yeah, we're recommending 3, or I'm sorry, 1, and they're recommending 3 because they moved some from the archery class. 031, 15, because the current plan working well, no reason to put pressure on by increasing. Same rationale for the non-resident, but they're recommending a quota of 1. 061, 062, Elko Cab recommends 136 because age and population concerns, and they're recommending a non-resident of 15 for the same justification. And then 121, the White Pine Cab is recommending 20 because of the same biological concerns as they had for the archery, I guess. I could read the whole thing if you want, but it's the same rationale.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, what the recommended was 21?
20.
20, and the cab was?
White Pine.
Right. What was the department's recommendation? I'm sorry.
23.
20. I'm sorry. I must be
for the
looking- I
non-resident.
apologize. Bear with me one second, Cody. I'm looking at something different here. We were on 221 to 223. Is that where we were?
No,
What?
121.
121, that would be the issue. Sorry about that. 121, recommendation was 23, and I apologize, White Pine was at
20.
20. Thank you.
And then 3 for the non-resident. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 for the non-resident. 202, 205, Mineral County suggests 10 because deer are here at this time. And that's it.
All right. All right, so we have those noted recommendations and recommendations for any change on both the archery and the muzzleloader. Again, these are resident. Any questions at all from the commission? Concerns? Anything at this time? All right. Seeing none, just curious if there's any cab comment on any of those. I think we kind of went through it before, but all right. Easy enough. No cab comment here in Reno. Any cab comment, Linda? Okay. How about any public comment? Public comment here in Reno, specific to muzzleloader and archery. All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for further comments or discussion. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion unless there's further comment or questions.
Yes.
Looks good. All right. And what is easier to start with, muzzleloader, archery? No preference?
No preference.
All right. We'll start with muzzleloader then. I will make a motion to approve the mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt resident 1371 as presented with the following changes. Unit 011 through 01327, unit 015 to 3, Big 6, so 061 through 068 to 136. Unit 121 with 21. And 202, 205 through 208 with 10. And do we want to move forward with archery at the same time or close that and then go to archery? That was muzzleloader.
Yeah, we still need to do the non-resident. So if
Yeah, maybe let's close this one out and then we'll go on to archery. So that is the motion. Everybody clear and okay with that? Yeah, Commissioner Munn?
Resident.
Just resident, excuse me?
Yep.
Gotcha. I'm tracking.
All right, so we do have a motion with those noted, yes, Commissioner Cavill? I'm sorry, that's a second? All right. So if everybody's okay with that, we do have a motion on the floor from Vice Chair Young, and we have a second from Commissioner Cavilla. All those in favor with aye? Aye. And any opposed? All right, that carries. And now we will move to the archery. So
for one
Yes.
one quick thing on, I don't know if you want to tackle the muzzleloader non-resident quotas.
Whatever's easiest for you
I
guys.
believe the only one that would actually probably change is 061.
yeah, we sure
Maybe
can,
just
as
let
long
us
as that's
check.
up on the screen. And if you want to plug those numbers in, we can take a look at that for sure.
Okay, so there aren't any. I apologize.
I'm sorry?
So they actually are not changing.
Okay.
The non-residents.
All right.
Makes it easier. One
Yeah,
less.
we're
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
Yeah, so you can move on to archery. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to
I'm
just
sorry.
make
yeah,
the
you can-
motion.
Yeah, your motion.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion on non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt 1372 to pass as presented.
All right, so we do have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
All right.
So now we will move on to resident mule deer antlered, the archery hunt 1341. And if we have any other discussion on that or motion, whatever.
I'll
Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Go ahead and make a motion unless there's further questions or discussion on the resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1341 as presented with the following changes. 011 through 013, 27, 014, 9, Big 6, so that's 061 through 068, 356, and Unit 221 through 223, 30.
All right, so we do have a motion, and everybody okay, clear with that? Those noted changes. So we do have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We do have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion carries. And then we can do the non-resident archery if we want to. I doubt there'll probably be
So
any.
only one, I believe, will change for the non-resident. It would be the 061, 062 non-resident quota, and the program is recommending 40.
Okay. And that was the only noted one?
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. So I'll bring it back to the commission. Any other discussion on that or motion I'll entertain?
All right.
Yes,
Well,
Vice Chair.
with that, I'll make a motion on non-resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1342 as presented with the sole change in Big 6, 061 through 068 to 40.
All right, so we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right.
Yeah.
So,
So if you wanted to, we could move to junior primitive.
I'm sorry?
If you wanted, we could move, skip back to in support material to juniors.
Yes, no, that would be great. And
We could probably do all the juniors at once, I would think. There's not as many changes and there's no non-resident.
all right, easy enough. Everybody on the commission okay with that? Kind of lumping those in a little bit? Yep, that would be fine.
Okay, so yeah, starting with the junior primitive archery or muzzleloader 1105. For unit 051, Humboldt Cab is recommending 25 because the current plan is working well. No reason to add additional pressure. For unit 061, 07, 061, 062, the Elko Cab is recommending 133 because age and population concerns. And that's it for the 1105. Moving on to the junior antlered only, any legal weapon, 1106. For unit 014, the Washoe Cab is recommending a quota of 5 because of continued unit improvement. 051, a quota of 40 because the current plan is working well. No reason to put pressure on by increasing. Elko Cab is recommending for 061, 062 a quota of 181 because of age and population concerns. For unit 131, Lincoln Cab suggesting a quota of 45 because junior opportunity takes some from the any legal weapon. And then 221, 223, the Lincoln Cab is recommending 45. Same rationale, junior opportunity takes some from any legal weapon. And that's it for the 1106. And then for the resident junior hunt classic 1107, we have just one alternative by Lincoln Cab. They're recommending a quota of 80 for junior opportunity and taking some from the any legal weapon category. And that is it for alternative recommendations.
I'm sorry, what was that last?
Their Lincoln Cab is recommending a quota of 80.
80 in 231, okay.
80
All right.
in 231.
Yep, perfect, good. All right. I know we made, bringing it back to the commission here, I know we made some changes on the, obviously on some of the archery, because I know some of the cabs were looking to take from one and put into the junior. I just wanted an opportunity to peruse that real quick. And while I'm looking through this, anything, questions, concerns from the commission on any of those recommended changes by both the, or recommendations both by the commission or the recommendations by both the CAB and the department? Commissioner Cavilla.
Thank you, Chair. My thoughts, I mean, myself, a lot of these changes are minor in reality, total number of tags. You know, some of the ones where like Lincoln's wanting more, we didn't make the cuts that Lincoln requested, so that would be adding tags. I'm of the mind to just stick directly with the department's recommendations myself. Across the board, that's kind of where I'm at.
All right. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually along the same lines of Commissioner Cavilla. I'm supportive of the department's recommendations across the board, and I'm probably going to be against cutting any junior tags.
All right. Easy enough. Anything else from the commission? All right. Seeing none, maybe let's have some public comment here in Reno. Any public comment here in Reno specific to the respective resident junior mule deer tags? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the commission for any additional discussion, questions, comments, motion. I'll entertain all. Yes, Commissioner Munn?
I'm slow here, just
No, you're
catching up.
You're doing good.
Chair Rogers, you brought up that I thought we did cut the quota in 231 for any legal weapon, mule deer, to 110. Is that true? Right. And so I'm just making sure I'm catching up here. The proposal on the table is to increase tags in 231 in various junior classes to sort of, in one sense, to sort of make up for that cut. Am I tracking?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, what I'm saying is the cut Lincoln County requested, we did not approve that entire cut. So they were wanting to transfer 20 tags over. We didn't, they wanted to cut down to 90, right? We went to 110. So it's not like the math doesn't math now that we've adjusted it. So that's why I was of the mind just to leave it as is.
The department's recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Munn?
I would just say that I would be supportive of splitting the difference. We split the difference going down, we could split the difference going up.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, with that, I'll go ahead and move to approve the resident junior mule deer primitive antlered only archery or muzzleloader hunt 1105 as presented. Resident junior mule deer antlered only, any legal weapon hunt 1106 as presented. The resident junior mule deer antlered only archery muzzleloader or any legal weapon classic hunt 1107 as presented. And I will entertain the Commissioner's Munn suggestion of splitting the difference in unit group 231 going from 60 to 70.
All right, so that is a motion. Appreciate that. We have a motion from Commissioner Keel. We have a second from Vice Chair Young. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you for that. All right. I think that wraps up mule deer.
Yes.
All right.
That is true. Actually, there is one on support material, and do we have this in the? So the non-resident and resident mule deer antelope landowner comp tags. It's on page 32, I believe, of support material. It's the bottom of the quotas. Basically, what we are recommending is a total percentage of 2.5%. We have the actual numbers, but of course they've changed by now since we've changed the quotas. So we usually just ask for a motion to accept the 2.5%, and that way we don't exceed our cap on landowner comp tags.
All right. All right. Again, I apologize. 2.5% of the total 26 deer and antelope quotas for landowner.
For 2026, yeah. And
Yep.
so you can kind of disregard the total number because that will change.
Yeah. So just the 2.5%.
Yes.
Says, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, everybody okay with that? Maybe I will, to stay consistent, if there's nothing from the commission, maybe have some public comment on that real quick. So if there's any public comment here in Reno regarding resident, non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags. All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussions or comments or motion. Yep. Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. With that, I'll move to approve the resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags to be capped at 2.5% of the total quotas approved in this meeting.
All right, perfect. So we have a motion from Commissioner Keel. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries as well. All right, thank you. All right, let's see here. So that concludes our mule deer. Do we want to go to the top of the book here with antelope? Does anybody have any preference, or antelope it is?
I do have a quick, yes, I do have a quick presentation. Oh, my computer died. Yeah. All right, sorry about that. promise this one will be short and sweet. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. Just briefly go over our 2026 antelope recommendations. Statewide, we've been doing really well. This is just the population estimate since 1981. You can see incredible growth from starting around 10,000. We did dip slightly this year just in our population estimate. It's probably more of a function of just kind of re-estimating, recalculating some of our population estimates. Still saw pretty good growth in most of our herds. Looking at success rates, kind of similar to the deer, we've seen an increasing trend. The bars here are any legal weapon in gray, muzzleloader in green, and archery in orange. And again, same story with tag success. So this is accounting for people that said that they did not hunt. Pretty strong across the board, increasing success rates the past 3 years. Looking at trends in horn length, this is something that we track. We asked the question on the report. However, it's not really used formally in any of our guidelines, but we do just track it as kind of a quality metric. And really, we've been pretty flat since 2021. We saw a slight bump this year, 21% statewide in horns longer than 15 inches, which is pretty good. Similar to our deer quota recommendations, we're using our 2022 approved harvest objectives. For antelope, we do have a little bit different formula. We're using a range of 20 to 30, targeting 25. But that is only on the 2-year-old segment of the population. One of the reasons we do that is some of the yearlings aren't, because of our regulation on horns longer versus horns shorter than ears, for that older age class category, some of the younger bucks, the yearling bucks aren't legal. And then for our horns shorter than ears strategy, we're looking at anywhere from a 1 to 10% harvest rate of the doe population for populations that are below 1,500. And for our larger populations, we're looking at 5 to 20% harvest for populations above 1,500. And we have been using those, I would say, fairly successfully to just try to, stabilize some of the herds that are increasing. We've also more recently employed some translocation strategies, so moving animals to either other states or other hunt units. We have more of those proposed for this year. So looking at the total quotas, recommending a little over 2,000 any legal weapon tags, 236 muzzleloader tags, 796 archery tags, again, following that apportionment of policy 24. And then for horns shorter than ears, we now have the regular any legal weapon hunts, and we have the junior any legal weapon hunts. And so we were following what we put forward for policy 24 is a 50-50 split on those tags. So we're looking at 637 tags for the any legal regular and 637 for the junior any legal weapon. And happy to entertain any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. I'll have you bring the lights up. If there's any questions from the commission at this time, concerns, anything for Mr. Schroeder? All right. Yes.
Sorry, Chair, real quick. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Just real quick, I kind of touched on yesterday, and I know 13 is a pretty big unit, but we're doing an augmentation, or there's a recommended augmentation for 133. The request is to double the tags. I'm not against it. Just, Mr. Schroeder, you just walk through maybe the different areas or what's going on there.
Yeah, let me get to that. So you want to specifically talk about 132, 134, 245, why we're doing the translocation there, or just?
The question is, how's the herd doing that unit? I mean, I'm not against doubling the tags, but we at the same time have a transplant going in there.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
Scott Roberts for the record, Eastern Region Game Supervisor. Tag quotas, for deer are often generated mostly off of the recruitment rate that year. For pronghorn, it's the recruitment rate, in the previous year. And if you look on the quota rec form, we had a fawn to doe ratio of 60 last year. So the best recruitment rate in the last 10 years. Prior to that, we've had depressed rates throughout all of central Nevada. And then we departed from that 60 last year back to 16 this year. And so while we have this awesome cohort of bucks hitting the ground from 2 years ago, we're still kind of languishing in those lower recruitment rates. And we're not going to 25 this year. We're hoping that cohort can carry us through multiple years of harvest. And so we're going down to 34, knowing that next year we'll be marching that down a little bit lower and hoping that, we'll see some level of above maintenance recruitment moving forward. And then on top of that, like you said, this is a huge unit group, and there's portions of it that are doing much better than others. And there's somewhere between 5 to 7. I think there's 5 on the ground, 2 planned, Guzzlers and Garden and Coal Valley dedicated to pronghorn. And it's underrepresented in this survey sample. There's just not that many out there. And so hoping to see a boost there while other portions of the unit group are doing, relatively well. So, yeah.
And I'm just curious, maybe it was part of that, Mr. Roberts, and that is with the doubling of the tags, I think the number yesterday on translocation was maybe 100 animals, I think, is what was talked about. I'm just curious, are these numbers and ratios and whatnot, are they factoring in that removal of 100?
Sorry, I'm not understanding.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious, because again, on these reports here, we're doubling the number of tags, and, we're looking at the, these postseason surveys and whatnot. I'm just curious if you feel the doubling of the tags and then the subsequent removal of 100 animals from what I thought I heard yesterday in the trapping.
Okay. Yeah, Scott Roberts for the record. There'd be 100 coming in. And so after the season, they're totally independent of each other. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? Questions, concerns, comments at this time? All right, seeing none. Maybe how about any cab comment here in Reno regarding the resident antelope? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none. How about any cab or public comment via Zoom? None. All right. So I'll bring it back to the commission for any, well, actually, I take that back. I'm maybe getting ahead of myself a little bit here. Just to maybe similar to what we did previously, and maybe kind of go down and each of those unit groups and see where we're at in terms of the department and recommendation and cab recommendation.
Yeah, we can do
So,
that.
yeah.
For the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. Yeah, I believe there was only one from the mineral cab on antelope, horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, unit 205 to 208. Their Mineral County is recommending 15. Yeah, because, hold on. Go back real quick. The animals are there, keep the same as last year. And then again for unit 205, this is horns longer than ears archery, mineral cab would like, or they're suggesting a quota of 10 in unit 205, 208 for the same exact rationale.
I'm sorry, that was, hold up a second.
205, 208 archery.
205, 208 archery.
They're recommending a 10. We're recommending 8.
Oh, God, I'm on non-resident. I need more papers here.
And then for the resident antelope, hornswoggle under the ears, muzzleloader hunt, there's a recommendation again for unit 205, 208 from Mineral Cab. They're suggesting a quota of 2 for the same rationale as the other weapons.
All right.
And then were there any on the horn shorter? And then no alternative recommendations for the horn shorter than ears or the junior horns shorter than ears.
All right, I apologize. So again, that's 2181, horn shorter than ears. There was no alternative recommendation.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right, everybody okay with those changes? Okay, knowing that we talked through those recommended changes, let me throw it out one more time here real quick for any cab or public comment. Any cab or public comment here, again, in Reno as it related to those respective antelope hunts?
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. We felt that the quota we had last year was adequate, and that's what we wanted to go back to. It's providing hunter opportunity. The animals are there. We see them just because either they weren't successful last year, we're not for sure why, but the animals are there. We see them. And so we just wanted to go back to what they were last year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other cab or public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none. How about any cab or public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion, comments, motion, any of those will do. Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. I guess where I'm at, I'm just as soon move forward as presented in the entirety, but what we haven't discussed, and I know we brought it up a little bit yesterday, was the split on the horn shorter than ears for the juniors, where everybody was at with that. I know last year was like 75%. Proposed at 50 this year if we want to do something other than what's recommended, because I think it was an extremely successful program, a lot of good feedback getting those juniors out on that hunt. So, and I think I'd be supportive of going like 60% on it, but wherever anybody else is at.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody heard me yesterday. I'm not opposed at all to doing a 60-40 split. My daughter drew one of those tags last year. We had an awesome hunt. That's a perfect opportunity to get juniors out in the field and hunt. It's an awesome time of year. You see a lot of animals. It's a fun hunt. So I'm not opposed to doing a 60-40 split.
Okay. And I apologize, what's printed here, what is this representative of?
This is 50-50.
50-50,
Yep.
okay. All right. Yeah, perfect. And I would be supportive of that. Just my 2 cents on a 60/40, if that was flavor, but any other thoughts or comments, concerns, motion, anything? Yes, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. I guess there isn't any further discussion. I'll move to approve the antelope resident horn longer than ears, any illegal weapon hunt, 2151 as presented. The non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, any illegal weapon, 2251 as presented. The resident antelope horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt, 2171 as presented. The non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt, 2271 as presented. The resident antelope horns longer than ears, archery hunt, 2161 as presented. The non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, archery hunt, 2261 as presented. The resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any illegal weapon hunt, 2181 as presented, but we're going to change the total. So that portion, the resident antelope would be 40% of the total horn shorter than ears tags, if that's clear. And the resident junior antelope horn shorter than ears, any illegal weapon hunt, 2191 to be 60% of the total for the shorter than ears. And I can
All right. So we do have a motion from Commissioner Keel, and we do have a second from Commissioner Bourne. Yeah.
Quick question for the department. Would you like more specific numbers on that versus just stating a 60/40 split, or how would you prefer to proceed?
Yeah, I mean, I have them.
I mean, maybe for the record, it's better to have exact.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can, sure.
I can have Megan just plug them in real fast. Yeah.
Just a point of order. Did you guys want to account for Mineral County's changes in that motion?
My intent was no, but, there's such small changes, but if somebody does want to entertain increasing it, is definitely more opportunity. And I think the numbers of the split that I came up with were 765 for the juniors and 509 for the adults.
Can you repeat those again?
765 for hunt 2191 in total, and 509 total tags for hunt 2181.
Okay, so less for the regular. So the 40% for the regular.
Correct.
I mean, I have them broken down by unit if you would like those numbers. I just want to make sure it was 60%.
We should probably
for the
read them
juniors.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. Fine.
Okay, so for 043 to 046, the junior quota would be 41. For 061, 062, the junior quota would be 181. For 065, 142, the quota would be 8. For 066, 6. For 067, 122. For 072, 11. For 076, 18. For 101 to 104, 24. For 111 to 114, 34. For 115, 12. 141, 143, 144. 151, 153, 144. And 181, 184, 19. And then for the resident antelope horn shorter than ears, any legal weapon, 2181, the regular. For 043 would be a quote of 27. 061, 062, 121. 065, 142, 6. 066, 4. 067, 82. 072, 7. 076, 12. 101 to 104, 16. 111, 22. 115, 8. 141, 143, 96. 151, 153, 96. And 181, 184, 19. 13. Good catch.
And
that would be, apportioning 60% of the total quotas to the juniors and 40% to the regular by unit.
If possible, either Cody or Megan, if you could, I know you ran through each of those unit groups, which is great. Could you give us a total number on each of those?
$764 for the junior. 510 for the adult.
All right,
for the regular.
perfect. Good. All right. Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla.
No, just a quick comment. Cody thought he was getting away easy on antelope, so we made him work a little bit.
I would also just add, I know you had the discussion yesterday about 24, but when we revisit that, we might want to think about, codifying that apportionment there too. That way we can come to you guys with a recommendation in that proportion already.
All right. We good with the motion? Everybody okay and clear with that motion? Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla?
I think just a matter of order, I think you just need to amend amend that motion to those specific numbers now that the department provided. Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear and to amend that motion for the resident antelope horn shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt, 2181, unit group 043 through 046, the quota goes to 27. The big six goes to 120. 065 goes to 6. 066 goes to 4. 067, 068 goes to 82. Unit groups 072, 074, 075 goes to 7. Unit group starting 076 goes to 12. The 101 unit groups goes to 16. Area 111 through 114 goes to 22. Unit group 115 goes to 8. Area 14 goes to 96, as does unit group 151. And the 181 through 184 unit group goes to 13 for a total of 510 tags. For the any legal, for the any legal weapon hunt 2191, the resident junior antelope, unit group 043 goes to 41, big six goes to 181, 065 goes to 8, 066 goes to 6, 067 goes to 122, area 072 goes to 11, unit groups 076 goes to 18, the 101 unit groups goes to 24, 111 through 114 goes to 34, unit group 115 goes to 12, 141 goes to 144, 151 goes to 144, 181 through 184 goes to 19, for a total of 764 tags.
All right. Thank you for that. There was a lot. The only one item that I noted, and maybe I missed it, but I thought on Hunt 2181, I thought it was mentioned, not that it's that big of a deal, but I think it was mentioned 120, and I think it was it 121?
Yeah, that's correct. It was off by one.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. You only missed one out of all those. That was good. All right. So we do have that motion on the table from Commissioner Keel. We do have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Seeing none, that motion carries. All right. And given going down our list here, everybody okay to move on to elk? Is our next one? No, we're kinda. All right. Lunch is not here yet. All right, we'll press on. Let's tackle a couple of the elk, if we could. Oh, it is. How are you? Actually, bear with me 1 second, if you could. I didn't know if we were ready for a break or not, Director Janae.
The way I see Deputy Director Goshert running out of the room, I'm assuming so, but maybe give it a second to confirm that there's pizza boxes associated with that urgency.
I think there are.
We have confirmation. So we've been going for a while. We are going to take a little bit of a break here. And then we will continue on with elk and moose quotas. So it is 12:20, maybe come back here 12:50, 30 minutes. Is that enough for everybody to get some nourishment and back at it? All right, so let's do that. Let's take a 30-minute break. We will be back here at 12:50. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and have everybody take their seats and we'll get back going again here. All right, I think we've got everybody in place, so we are now pressing forward. And again, we are on that section here of agenda item 23A, specifically now going to be talking about our elk quotas. So, welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. My name is Hunter Burkett. I am the Tonopah game biologist, and I'll be standing in for Cody McKee as we do a broad overview of our elk and moose herd statuses, as well as a little bit of a background in how we arrived at those statewide quota recommendations. So NDOW conducted a total of 108 hours of aerial survey time dedicated to elk, and that data was collected from an aerial survey time that helps inform our population trends, but also our population models, and eventually our quota recommendations. We also captured a total of 69 elk in the state of Nevada through the 2025 and 2026 season, which talking to Cody McKee, might be close to a record high. And we use that collar data from those captures to help better inform our survivals for our population models, but also movement, habitat selection, as well as disease sampling. So currently, we have a total of 87 elk collared in the state of Nevada. And this is kind of a figure that we've seen about every year, our elk population status, our statewide population trends through time. The gray bars represent our population estimate, and that erratic blue line with the blue dots represents our average 3-year calf ratio statewide. 2025 statewide calf ratio was 40, which was similar to our long-term average. So looking through 2005 through 2015, we had a rapidly growing elk population that surpassed our social approved upon population objectives. And from that time, we instituted many aggressive population reducing strategies like our DELK tags or our wilderness tags, and we reduced those populations down to our population objectives. And since then, our population's been relatively static. So the recent approved addendum to the existing elk species management plan allows for moderated increases of elk populations up to 10%. And our 2005 population estimates were what was approved for our current population objectives, and with annual revisions occurring and public input on the status of those population objectives. So this table here is just depicting those adjustments to each of the herd's population objectives, which was an approved motion by this commission in that April commission meeting, and as well as the current population estimate for each population. It's important to note that many of these new population objectives have direct consequences on our antler list quotas as we attempt to achieve that objective. And these erratic shifts in our antler list quotas will kind of ease out and calm down over time as we better understand this new novel approach to population objectives. So we used 50% of harvested bulls with a 50-inch or main beam length or better in our harvest objectives as a tool to gauge the quality of bulls harvested, the quality of hunt, and then also our quota recommendations for the upcoming year. So standard areas, we have a target between 25 and 35%, while alternative areas, we're targeting between 35 and 45%. In non-standard areas, it's a complete review of harvest. So in that table to our right, you can see 2025's harvested average bull age was 6.52, which is the highest since the beginning of the collection of these incisor teeth in 2001. And the average main beam length for harvested bulls was 45.36 inches, which is near the high averages in 2020 and 2015. So in that figure to the left-hand side of the slide, you can see a curvilinear relationship with both age and main beam length. And I guess it's best depicted, or a great example of that is taking a look at our average age and our in 2025 and our average age in 2020, as well as those average main beam lengths, and looking at those discrepancies. So considering those Nevada's harvest metrics for 50-inch main beam, the proportions of bulls meeting that benchmark has shown a slight increasing trend since 2008, but since 2019, we've seen much more leveled trend from ranging from 31 to 36%. And that main beam metric was reached in 34% of bulls in 2020 and then 31% of bulls in 2025. So in summary, many of NDOW's antlerless quota recommendations are in response to the new population adaptive, the adaptive population objective process. And our bull elk harvest metrics remain really strong, with the statewide average of harvested bulls age at 6.52, and then 31% of those bulls with a 50-inch main beam or better, which really indicates a quality elk hunting experience in Nevada. So in addition, it's important to note that we had the highest rifle success in antlered elk in 10 years. Oop, back up. So for antlered elk, we're seeing a 2.4% increase from the previous year. For our antlerless elk tags, our recommendations are a 16% decrease from the previous year, and then spike elk, we're looking at a 32% decrease from the previous year. And then that nets an overall recommendation of a 9% decrease. And I'm going to pass the baton real quickly over to Scott Roberts, who's going to speak to a more nuanced situation in Big Six.
Scott Roberts for the record. Yeah, just speaking to the specifics of the 062 unit group. While we've had a lot more tags in the past, as you can see, looking at that 2026 cow harvest from 062, the number of elk that will have to be pulled out of there this year to achieve the 585 population objective is going to be grossly over anything that we've ever harvested in the past. The harvest here is not accounting for, or the tag numbers that are shown in that resident cow tags are not accounting for the elk tags that we had through a lot of those years. And so the big takeaway is, while we've had a lot more tags out there, when we had all those tags, we had a lot more places to hunt. And through those years, we functionally hunted elk out of the 064 through 068 portion of the unit group. And so there's going to be a lot of people restricted to 062 to a relatively small part of the unit. And then, you know, I imagine somewhere in the middle of that mid-season, vast majority of the elk will be either on private property refuges or reservation or even out in Idaho. And just to speak to the 133 there, the projected cow harvest for 2026, that's using the proportion the 92%, the proportion of elk taken at 062 in 2025. And we're just projecting that that's what we would need to achieve the goals this year as set forth with the 585.
We're going to breeze through moose really quick, if that's okay. Just a couple slides more. So during the annual big game surveys in 2025 and 2026, we opportunistically surveyed 44 unique moose, which were classified as 111 bulls, 100 cows, and 21 calves. And this is the third highest count on record during annual survey. And again, it was conducted without actually directed survey time. So we did observe very few calves, which is likely lower than the true production. And our surveys, which are not designed at all to find moose in particular, we could be missing some of those nursery groups. So we're confident that these calf ratios are biased low, which are the main driver of population growth. And this yields a conservative population estimate of 130 adults, which is a 5% increase from the previous year. So the department is recommending an increase of one tag from the previous year, making it 3 total. And the maximum harvest of 3 bulls would equate to 5% of the available bulls in the statewide population. 1 bull harvested in the 2025 season qualified for entry into the Nevada Wildlife Record Book, which has a 130-inch minimum, as well as the Boone and Crockett 3-year award book. So yeah, with that, I guess we should thank some of our partners that have assisted us in moose and elk monitoring in the state of Nevada: Houston Safari Club, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Texas A&M NRI, Vegas PBS, and Pittman Robertson Wildlife Restoration Fund. And with that, we'll stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. How about any questions, comments from the commission at this time as it relates to elk or moose, either one? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia?
Thank you, Chair. Hunter, I do have one question. I saw some reports in Utah that Utah was experiencing with the mild winter, like a die-off on their moose, and I think it was due to ticks, right? They didn't get the real cold weather to kill the ticks. Is there any concern that we're experiencing any of that at all in Nevada?
I do know that we have 10-collared moose, but we have not observed that. I did see some of the similar reports that you did see. I don't know if Scott wanted to speak to that. No. Okay.
I'm just curious, based on that, I did kind of see bits and pieces of that report. Is that unusual? Is that kind of that normal, that type of experience, I guess, with moose and mild winters with the ticks? I'm just curious.
I think in other states it is an issue that's population limiting, states like Maine. But I'm not quite sure about all of our western states and where that's at.
Yeah, interesting. Good. All right. Anything else from the commission at this time? Questions, comments, anything on elk? Antlerless elk? All right. Seeing none at this time. Let's see here. If we want to, where's my numbers at here? All right. Do we kind of want to go through the numbers here again and then have an opportunity to hear from the cabs and the public?
Sure. okay, there are a few alternative recommendations that
And,
we could speak to if you want.
perfect. And just to make sure, so that we're all on the same page here, this is specific to resident elk antlered, any legal weapon, the 4151? Yep. Okay, good, good. You were doing such a good job, Mr. Burkett.
So we have in unit 221 through 223, White Pine Cab suggested 60 because the board agrees that although herds in unit groups 221 through 223 are healthy and populations are growing, maintaining quotas at 2025 levels rather than rapidly increasing them may help ensure quality along the quantity of bulls in the unit. Additionally, allocating no more than 10% match for the non-resident hunt to remain conservative in this unit.
And I'm sorry, Megan, that number again was 60?
60, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner Munn? That was unit 221 through 223 early is what that was. And again, that's for the any legal weapon hunt 4151.
Additionally, in that same unit group for the early season, Lincoln Cab suggested a recommendation of 65 because even up early in the late split.
Okay.
In the non-resident, White Pine Cab suggested a unit of 6, or excuse me, a quota of 6 for the same reasons. And then in the late season for 221 through 223, Lincoln Cab suggests 70 to even up the early late split. And White Pine Cab suggests 60 for the same reasons mentioned above. For the non-resident, White Pine Cab suggests 6 for the same reasons.
Okay.
And those are all the recommendations for the any legal weapon category.
All right. All right. So, given that, I know there's not many changes, but let's maybe, if there isn't any questions from comments from the commission at this time, maybe we'll get some public comments from the cabs as it relates to elk, and then we'll proceed on from there. So with that, maybe we'll have any public, or excuse me, how about maybe any cab comment here in Reno as it relates to elk? All right. How about any cab or public comment as it relates to elk on or via Zoom?
You guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hey, this is Thomas Brunson, White Pine County Cab. Just give you guys we missed a little bit on our action report. We didn't realize it. But we recommended to go in unit 221 to 223. We recommended staying with last year's quotas. The population estimate is actually declining in that unit. And also the harvest metrics, the 50-inch plus main beams, while still over the lower end threshold, it's getting close to it. And the percentage of 6 points better in the population is also declining. And with that being said, we also noticed just on the ground out there that the elk population just seems to be declining in general, slightly there. So that's where we're at with that.
All right, thank you.
Chair Rogers and Commission, Paul Dixon, Clark County. I had a question, and maybe I'm confused, but I had thought in years past, because we were so dramatically removing cow elk from the
landscape to maintain our population estimates, that the bull to cow ratio was very high. And in the presentation, the highest I saw was the low 40s. And I thought we had bull to cow ratios in some places that were over 75 or 80. And I just wonder if I was mistaken in what I understood in that, or if that was truly the fact now that our bull to cow ratios are all back down in the 40 or less.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, this is Brent Pollock from Nye County. And something I wanted to point out, it was in the published data and then in the graph that Mr. Burkett presented earlier, is in Unit 16, the objective was 850 elk in 2025. That number was supposed to increase by 5%. It was approved for this year. And now it shows a target of 840. So I'm kind of curious how we added 5%. We took 10 animals out of the population objective. Another note on that is looking at the data for the last 3 years worth of surveys in a row, less and less elk are counted every single year. So I'm not sure how our population continues to grow as we see less and less animals on the landscape, less animals are being counted. The only thing that you can see in any of those trend data that has a significant increase is last year there was a big jump in the late bull rifle hunt. A lot of that's going to be attributed to access, because for the past several seasons, units 162 and 163 have had several areas that are prime for that late hunt where the access was completely destroyed and you couldn't get into a lot of that country. I know the Forest Service and other agencies have put in some work along with public, just gaining access back into these. But that's going to be a big reason why you've seen such a big jump. And with that, you're going to see the same thing more than likely in this 2026 season of having a big increase on that. And it's merely due to access. On the tooth data, it shows that the tooth data came back as it's above average. And again, that's going to come into play on that late hunt of being able to get into these areas and accessing these bulls. So right now, the department is recommending a big jump in cow tags to try to get that number below the threshold of 840. But I'm not sure if that's actually the right target number or not. So I would be curious to hear what the department has to say on how we changed that by minus 10 animals when it was supposed to be plus 5%. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. That appears to be all the cab and public comment via Zoom. So I'll bring it back here to the commission. One thing that I'm just curious, based on some of those comments, the one comment from Clark Cab on the bull to cow ratios. I'm just curious if somebody would comment on that.
Hunter Burkett for the record. So I think he's referring to that chart when we spoke to that shows all of the newly approved population objectives. And that's survey data. And it's really challenging to classify bulls during aerial survey. They're holed up in mahogany thickets and some of the nastiest ground on the mountain. So those large cow-calf groups are a lot easier to classify, and the citability is much greater.
All right. And then also I'd be curious, just given the comments of the gentleman from Nye County on area 16, if you might opine on that a little bit as well. He had some thought out points. So just curious, your and the department's position on that.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate those comments. So kind of how this new adaptive population objective worked is you approved our previous 2025 estimates as the current objective, and then through the commission process in April, there was an approved up to a 10% increase or decrease. And for that particular area 16, this commission approved a 5% increase. So the previous population estimate was 800. So 5% of 800 is 840.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
Thank you, Hunter. And then back on the Area 16 unit group, we are doing the 5% increase in the population or the objective. The one thing that I know there's a lot in the quota recommendation form. Basically on all the other units that we're increasing the objective, we're seeing a substantial reduction in cow tags. This unit group, though, we have an increased objective, but we've got a pretty substantial increase in antlerless tags. And I don't know if that's if you could kind of explain if that's tied to success rate on the antlerless or what's driving that as an increase versus what we're seeing in all the other units across the state.
Again, Hunter Burkett for the record. So a lot that's driving that is, so through those drought conditions, it really impacted the Area 16 elk herd in particular. We had calf ratios of 12 and then 20 from the 2020 and then 2021 season. And then the years following that, we had a calf ratio, 2 back-to-back calf ratios of 48, which is fantastic. So this population has been barreling forward after, I think in 2021, our population estimate was 600. So we really backed off on antlerless harvest. And so that you're seeing that ramp up in antlerless harvest just because we had already previously reduced it over the last few years. If that makes sense.
I'm not making the connection myself. If you maybe elaborate a little bit. So we're talking about increasing that herd, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet it's the one unit where we've significantly increased the cow take. And maybe a little clear, because everything, obviously we've heard and known that bulls aren't making any more babies, cows are. And here we're taking a significant increase.
Yeah, so our current population estimate for Area 16 for 2026 is 860, but due to population rounding measures, it's published at 850. And if I'm expecting average calf recruitment for this upcoming year, we're going to be well above that population objective of 840. So we have to kill, I think it was 68 cows, which is a 10% harvest of our cow portion of the population. And that late and illegal weapon antlerless hunt has historically had really low success rates, 4% average from the previous 3 years. It's the real challenge is we don't have that wilderness hunt like we did past in Area 16 because the large proportion of elk reside on Table Mountain in Area 16, the cow and calf groups.
Mm-hmm. Yes, bear with me, Commissioner Keel. I'll come back.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think if it's helpful, the way I'm understanding this is the previous estimate was 800. Through the adaptive management plan, we increased it to 840 based on good recruitment and the new survey data this spring, which came in after the 840. They're recognizing 850 on the landscape. So it's just grown beyond what we've approved. So they actually have to cut back to that target of 840. I think it's more of a timing issue than a number issue.
Yeah, I think that is accurate. And to reemphasize, we reduced antlerless quotas significantly after we saw those lower calf ratios from 2021 and 2022. And then, so you're seeing a big jump, even though it's pretty similar to what we issued historically.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Messna.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I think just an easier way for me to wrap my own head around this is that the calf crop could potentially increase the herd more than what we are going to take out of it with cow hunts. how I wrap my head around this, that the potential growth is much higher than the percentage that we're going to be pulling out of there, to where their numbers are making them increase the cow harvest, because the calf crop has been so good that if it happens one more time, we will already be over a 10% increase without even touching them.
Perfect. Good. Good. Thank you for that. All right. Anything else? Yes, Deputy Director Scott.
Mike Scott, for the record. I guess you could say, to put it simply, we took our foot off the accelerator for a couple of years, and now we're putting it back down, trying to keep that from getting out of hand.
All right.
Fair?
I know if we keep throwing this around, we'd get right to the foot on the gas versus foot off the gas. Very scientific. All right. Anything else from the commission? Questions, comments, anything? One comment that I would make, I know there was one differing recommendation from the CABs, specific to Area 221 and 223, both from White Pine and Lincoln County. And for the reasons listed there in the reports, I just, for the record, I would be supportive, given everything that's going on there in that particular unit group. I know that numbers are nebulous. I think the recommendation was 62 this year. White Pine was at 60, so just a difference of 2. But anyway, I just wanted to throw it out on record that I am supportive of White Pine County's recommendation for that particular unit, 221 through 223. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, comments? Anybody want to tackle a motion or anything on as it relates to elk? Mm-hmm. I think we did public. Cab and public. Keep me on point, guys. But yeah, I think we did. Yep. All right. So we've had public comment. We're back at us. Any other thoughts, opinions? Recommendation, motion? Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the resident elk antlered any legal weapon hunt 4151 as presented, with the following change on 221 to 223 early to follow White Pine Cab's recommendation is 60. On 221 to 223 late, I was going to bump White Pine's recommendation up to 65. And then on the non-resident elk antlered any legal weapon hunt 4251, 221 to 223 early go to 6, then 221 to 223 late go to 7.
All right. All right, we do have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla. We have a second from Commissioner Messna. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion carries. All right. And did we want to do the same thing with the non-resident? With those, or I apologize. Did that last motion include that? Okay, good. So 4251. So we're good there. All right. So with that, let's move on then to the primitive weapon, archery and muzzleloader. Do we think we're good to combine those into one, kind of like we did the deer? Or, okay, let's do that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so starting us off in the archery, antlered elk. So we have units 131, 132, and 108. White Pine has suggested a quota of 6 because the board acknowledges increased success rates into the unit groups. There have been a noticeable decline in bulls sustaining a 50-inch main beam or greater. And that is the only change in the archery or alternate suggestion in the archery category.
All right, and I apologize, Megan, just to clarify, that was 108 and 131? And they recommend, okay, 6, okay. All right. Any questions on that at all from anybody? All right. Yes.
I'd just like to note the comment from Thomas Brunson, White Pine Cab, in Unit 221 through 223. I believe they said they're recommending 35, is what I took from the public comment. Was it 20? I thought it was what they went the last year. I could have misheard that.
So last year's 35 or 25? I didn't catch that. But he's still online there? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Brunson, it appears you're still online there. If you would maybe clarify your comment there on the archery.
Yep. And on the archery, if you go back and look at our minutes, she missed it completely on the accident report, but we actually recommended 25 permits in the archery hunt, mostly because of a lot of observation of lack of elk in that unit during the archery season. It seems that there was a lot of support from myself and the other guides that were there, that a lot of these elk are going to the Geyser Ranch and into Unit 231 during that archery season. And that 35 tags even was too many during that archery hunt, just for the amount of elk that were still left there. That Geyser sure has been pulling in a lot of elk, and it's really kind of messing things up. So we actually, in our minutes, we recommended 25. It just got missed on the action report.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments on that? All right. So then maybe we will look at the muzzle loader.
Again, we have a recommended change in unit 131 through 132 and 108. White Pine Cab is suggesting 7 because the board acknowledges increased success rates in this unit group. And there's been a notable decline in bulls sustaining a 50-inch main beam or greater. And that is the only recommendation.
Okay. All right, perfect. I apologize. Bear with me 1 second here. Gosh, I need more papers. Why am I seeing only antlerless? All right, 7. Ten to 7. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Any questions, concerns, comments on any of that for muzzleloader? Okay, good. All right, seeing none from the commission at this time, maybe let's have some public comment. So is there any public comment here in Reno today as it relates specifically to the resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt and the resident elk antlered archery? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom?
Yeah, Thomas Brunson again. For Unit 221 to 223 muzzleloader, the department's recommendations were less than their last year's quota. So we chose to stay with the department on 221 to 223. And again, the 131 to 134, slight reduction just because of the harvest metrics, the 50-inch main beams falling. So that's all we had on the muzzleloader.
All right. Okay, doesn't appear if there's any additional public comment. Couple of slight changes there. I would just say on record, I am, given some of the comments from White Pine County, supportive of those recommended changes from the CAB, but just my thoughts. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. If there's no further discussion. Oh.
Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Vice Chair Young. One real quick comment on if we are going to make the change in 223, the resident archery, I think we should make the associated change in the non-resident archery, reduce that tag number down for the 90-10 split. I think you'd probably go to 3.
Okay. Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Okay. Anything else? Or Vice Chair, yeah.
All right. If there's no further discussion or comments, I'm going to make a motion to approve the resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156 as presented with the one change in unit group 108, 131, 132 to 7.
All right. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Keel. All those in favor with aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries.
I'm going to go forth the non-resident as well.
Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With that, unless the Vice Chair really wants to, I'll go ahead and finish up the move to approve the non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256 as presented. The resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161 as presented with the 2 changes. The first being in 108, 131, and 132, taking that quota to 6 tags. And in unit group 221 through 223, taking that to 25 tags. And for the non-resident elk antlered archery hunt 4261 as presented, with the one change being in unit group 221 through 223, the quota to 3.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. So we do have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Keel. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you for that. All right, let's see here. So we are that. How about the spike? Did we want to, that kind of next on your guys's, or we can go to antlerless? Let's do the spike. Yep.
There are no proposed recommendations, alternative outside of the endo.
All right. So no alternative recommendations on resident elk spike any illegal weapon 4651. All right. Easy enough. Let's let's go ahead and maybe move on that one. I know we've got some changes in the antlerless stuff. So anyway, back to the commission. Any questions, issues with those recommendations as presented? Yes, Commissioner Messna.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Mr. Burkett, from your presentation earlier, the mature bull tags are going up and spike tags are going down. I'm assuming this is reflective of the data that's showing that the age class might be getting a little high as far as the main beam growth. Is that why we're reducing some of these spike hunts? Is it based off of that data, or am I off point here?
So Hunter Burkett, for the record, I believe that's mainly due to a slight dip in our calf ratios across the state. So typically our spike quotas are reflective of the previous year's calf ratios.
All right. Thank you for that. Anything else from the commission at this time? All right. Maybe let's have some public comment as it relates to spike. Any public comment here in Reno? Again, resident elk spike, any illegal weapon 4651. Seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right. I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or motion. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion on resident elk spike, any legal weapon hunt 4651 as presented.
All right, we have a motion on the floor from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. All right, let's then, yes, now move on to the antlerless, if we could.
So for the elk antlerless any legal weapon category, we have an alternative recommendation by Lincoln Cab in Unit 222 to 223, suggesting 25 to add opportunity and add female harvest.
That is the early?
That is the early, yes.
Early, okay. So again, department recommendation was 17 and cab was 25. All right.
Additionally, in the late hunt for 222 and 223, Lincoln Cab suggests 20 for the same reason.
Okay.
And then in Unit 241 to 242, Lincoln Cab suggests 15 for the same reason.
All right. That was it. All right. Okay, perfect. I will, let's see, that was, all right. I will see if the commission, any questions, concerns, comments from the commission? All right. Yes, Commissioner Munn.
See if I can form a question here. I think my question is kind of general and to us as a commission, which is a little bit about how to approach, given the elk management plan and the fact that we are adjusting targets up and down according to the elk management plan, how to approach some of these adjustments that would then potentially put us in deviation from our elk management, adaptive management plan. And I want to note that we have, of course, deviated from our other recommendations in other places. So I just kind of, I'm curious how we want to kind of square that circle.
It's a good question. That's a good question. And I clearly don't think, given some of the recommendations relative to other species, I don't think we're getting too far off the rails on our elk. I think they are within a relative range. Exactly. Yeah, relative range. Any other thoughts on that? Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree. I think these are the Lincoln County CAB's recommended adjustments are, in my opinion, they're relatively minor. So I'm okay with Lincoln's recommendations.
Yeah. And my 2 cents on there, again, it is nebulous, but given some of the challenges that for some of the other reasons why we've reduced in that area, I'm comfortable with the department's recommendation on those, quite frankly, as well. But yes, Commissioner Messna.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same lines that, we went through a process and we drew a line in the sand, and now we're looking at numbers on a page, and some of these are jumping out at me a little bit. And I guess part of me wants to just go, no, we approved this process and let's stick with those numbers. Otherwise, we won't know if this process worked. But that being said, that 062 concerns me a little bit. There was a petition accepted not too long ago about trespass issues that we're dealing with, and having all of these extra hunters in the field is no doubt going to cause some conflict. And so I'm a little bit torn on that one, even though I appreciate the process and want to stick to the numbers. It still could have some heartburn down the road, and I just want to reflect that thought.
All right. Thank you for that. Anything else from the commission at this time on the antlerless? All right. Seeing none, maybe we'll have some public comment. How about public comment here in Reno today regarding the antlerless? All right. Seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom on the antlerless?
Thomas Brunson, White Pine Cab. I disagree with Lincoln County in increasing the cow out quota in 222 and 223 at all. Population estimate for the last 3 years has went from 1,800, 1,700 down to 1,300, and our population objective is 1,785. And our observed calf ratio from this spring was only 27. So I see zero reason to increase any cow tags in that unit.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. And as I mentioned earlier, as well as to the comments from White Pine County and also Commissioner Messna, I would be, on this particular, I would be in favor of the department's recommendations in those respective units for 222, 223, both early and late, as well as 241. But that's me. All right. Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. I guess with that, I'll go ahead and move to approve the resident elk antlerless any illegal weapon hunt 4181 as presented, the non-resident elk antlerless any illegal weapon hunt 4281 as presented, the resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4176 as presented, the non-resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4276 as presented, the resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4111 as presented, the non-resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4211 as presented, the resident elk antlerless any illegal weapon depredation hunt 4107 as presented.
All right. All right, I appreciate that. We do have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Keel. We do have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right. That motion carries. All righty, thank you for that. Now we will touch on resident, yes. Did I miss one? All right. I don't know why I thought we covered, oh, that depredation. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. So yes, my apologies. So we are resident elk antler. This is any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102.
There are no alternative recommendations.
No alternative recommendations. Outstanding there. Okay, great. I will just staying consistent, maybe see if there's any public comment here in Reno today as it relates to the depredation hunt 4102. All right, seeing no public comment here in Reno. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
I'll go and make a motion to approve resident elk antlered any legal weapon depredation on 4102 as presented.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that one carries also. Thank you for that. I think. So that did wrap up our elk, and now we are good to move to resident moose antlered, any legal weapon. This is hunt 10151. No alternative recommendations? All right. All right. I will bring it back to the commission. Any thoughts or questions, comments on moose? Doesn't appear to be any. So we will take this one out maybe for public comment here in Reno. So any public comment here in Reno as it relates to the resident moose hunt? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or comments or motion or. Yes, Vice Chair Young?
Comments, I'll make a motion to approve resident moose antlered any legal weapon hunt 10151. That's 10151.
All right. Perfect. So we have a motion on the floor from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Keel. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We will now, let's see here, move on to Mr. Cox and our sheep.
Mr. Chairman, so as not to interrupt Mr. Cox's presentation,
Yes.
I do need to hit the road, so I appreciate it, and
No trouble.
see you all soon.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Walther. Your time is up, Mr. Cox. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Yes.
All right. So yes, we are now on to sheep, and just for the record, just making note for the record that Commissioner Walther has had to leave and will not be with us this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Mike Cox, statewide bighorn sheep and mountain goat staff biologist. Hopefully I won't be up here too long. We did want to give an overview, 10,000 foot level on last year's harvest in relation to previous years, and some of the status of the herds. So we'll jump right into that. So this is a bar graph of all of our bighorn sheep in the state. The light blue, green scion is the desert bighorn sheep. And you can see we peaked around 2019 at just a shy over 10,000. But due to a lot of pneumonia events that spread from herd to herd through our meta populations, the drought periods that we've had, and mountain lion predation, we've unfortunately lost 4,000 sheep. And it's, I think about it every day. It's a really tough one to stomach. And I won't go into details of that, other than I'm proud that we did a tremendous amount of translocations to create these meta populations that provided a ton of hunting opportunity for over a decade. And we'll see those numbers. But with all that connectivity, it did allow for a lot of that transmission of the pneumonia across several herds. The California bighorn sheep, around 1,800. And then our Rocky Mountain bighorns, about 350. And we'll get into some of the herds that made some of the slight increases on that. Harvest-wise, so this is the trend since 2005, 20 years of what's happening with desert bighorn sheep hunts. And we know, many of you know that have been out hunting, that headgear has been reduced in terms of size, both horn bases, but probably even more horn length through the drought. And I don't have a pointer, but if you can look at the last 3 years, let me go back. The green is the highest value for that metric over those 20 years. And that pink, if you're not colorblind, is the lowest of the metrics. So for example, under tags used, we had 319, which was the most ever in the history of Nevada for desert bighorn sheep tags. That was 17. And then the lowest was 20 years ago, but we were pretty low in 2024 with all those population reductions. We had a pretty good jump last year from that, which was really only because of the muddies, trying to get the muddies and blacks down to their population objectives. But one of the biggest metrics, it's circled in red under average age. So our management plan states that we will base our tag quotas on achieving a 6-year-old average. We want to try to maintain that. Well, we were above that, low 6s, 6.5 up until then. But in the last 7 years, we've been pushing 7.0. So we kind of took the gas off the pedal in terms of tag opportunities. I think over time, we probably could have added 10 or 20 tags every year and still would have been over 6.0 average age. So that is something I want to talk about when we get to our recommendations. But it does show that even though, yes, we had a commensurate reduction in tag quotas, and it wasn't just because the sheep weren't there. They were there. We got the good average, but the metrics for horns was really impacted by drought periods. So And they're probably going to continue to be, because not only is it impacting animals when those drought periods hit 3 and 4 year olds, it probably has a bigger impact on lambs that are born during the drought. And now we're getting into those, a lot of those lambs are now 6, 7, 8 years old. California bighorn sheep, there was a lot of frustration about 4 or 5 years ago. We weren't seeing much for size on the horns, but seems like we've turned things around. We're on an uptick in the average score. Seeing some real nice upper end rams being harvested, and populations in general are doing pretty well. Mountain goats, great success story for us. We had our big die-off that impacted more of our bighorn sheep in the Rubies and East Humboldts back in 09 and 10, but there was transmission spillover into the mountain goat populations. So you can see that dip in the bar. The bars is the population estimate, where we were around 400. And we are now back at pretty much the same levels pre-die-off. And so we're really excited for that growth, and it's providing for increased tags. And similar graph that's showing the last 20 years or so of mountain goat harvest. We were up to 19 last year. A little dip in hunter success. The goats were there, absolutely were there, but some of the hunters just had a real challenge. Older age. We did kill a couple nannies, but it's nice to see it was only 15% of the total harvest. So that's not going to impact too much of the growth of our herds. And this is just a summary of what last year's quotas were and then the recommended quotas this year. 10% drop in any legal weapon. We're dropping archery tags, mostly from the late season for the muddies. Not real conducive to archery hunters after 2 youth seasons and 2 rifle seasons ahead of them. So till we change that season date, we figured we'll back off on archery tags. And then we took off line a couple of the unit groups for the one-horn ram hunt. Hunters haven't been seeing any in those unit groups. We haven't seen any on surveys, so figured it would be reasonable to remove those offline. We did have 3 one-horn rams harvested last year between the McCulloughs and the Muddies. So those 2 units are still out there. So that's all I have for that. Any questions before we get into the quotas?
All right. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Yes, thank you for the report, Mr. Cox. I was in Unit 205 last year with a buddy hunting sheep, and we found out that there was a die-off in that area due to pneumonia. And I noticed in the report there's nothing that is mentioned about the reduction in the herd because of that. Is there any reason?
Well, Jason left, he retired right during the time that we write reports. So that probably is the main reason. We just didn't have the person to really help describe what happened. But I can help now.
What my concern, or what I'm questioning, is in the quota and population objectives, it doesn't mention anything about the disease in that area of the sheep regarding the desert bighorn sheep. Is there a disease problem there?
There has been for 6 years now.
Okay. And my question is, to inform the public, would it be best, in the best interest to inform the public that in that area they have had an issue with disease and therefore it may affect where they apply for a desert bighorn sheep?
Yeah, Commissioner Booth, you really have a good point. And I'm going to go back in time where we used to have a lot of buyer beware clauses that we provided to the sportsman of what's happening, why a major decline, and for whatever reason our agency decided to remove those. So I think we're leaning on people reading the material that we give in the status book. But other than that, we really don't have a good avenue to explain to people what has transpired. In that graph, we lost 4,000 bighorn sheep over the last 7 years. And other than maybe a publication in the MBU Journal, yeah, we haven't done well to tell people what's happening on the landscape.
My suggestion would not to write a literary magazine on what the issue is in Area 205 or any other area, but just a simple little statement indicating to the public that it has experienced a disease problem, and it may help them in where they choose to hunt desert bighorn sheep. That's all I'm suggesting.
I would totally support that. I used to do a lot of those buyer beware clauses. So I thought it was really important, and maybe your encouragement will get us back to that.
Well, thank you for listening.
The one thing I will say about the Gabbs Valley Gillis Range 205, 207, we thought it was in recovery mode, but you know, the more we dig and the more strain typing we do, it probably got hit by a secondary infection, a secondary strain. And so that is why, unlike other herds throughout Churchill and Mineral County, we're seeing recovery of various levels of some of those herds. But the Gabbs Valley Range is now, I just looked, only 25% of its level 7 years ago. So we lost 75% of that herd.
Not good.
And really, when I think about it, 40 to 60% of all of our desert bighorn herds are still in that trough. They have not dug themselves out of the big pneumonia die-offs that hit many herds anywhere from 2015 all the way to 2020. So
thank you.
We'll get into that here shortly on quotas. Any other questions?
Quick on that, I appreciate it, and kind of echoing Commissioner Booth's comment. I actually had a friend in there as well in 205. He said it was very difficult to find sheep or locate anything. Do you like it at 2, or maybe go down to 1 based upon kind of what you're saying and that they're not recovering right now?
Commissioner Young, we did have a good survey 2 years ago. We did see a fair number of mature rams. So I feel comfortable with 2. in 205 and one in 207.
Thank you.
Yeah. But the thing that I was just talking earlier with our staff today is the densities of the sheep are extremely different than they were when some of these people may have been out with friends or they had a tag a decade ago. So that does make it challenging. They're going to have to scour more mountain, spend more days. The animals are there. They're just not going to see that many per day. So it is challenging hunts. And this will also be brought up here shortly. You know, a lot of the biologists are a little gun shy they see their numbers. You know, they were 500, now they're 250. They had a quota of 15, and now it's down to 4 or 5. But some of them are gun shy to issue tags when it's going to be a really, really tough hunt. And we haven't had the opportunity to really explain what's changed on the landscape, what sort of effort you're going to have to put in. So I think, that plays a part in some of these situations where we probably could issue a few more tags, but it's going to make it really, really hard.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Deputy Director Scott.
Mike Scott for the record. Just to add to what Mike's saying and to Commissioner Booth's question. So we're setting quotas today, but we will fly these areas in September, maybe even into October, which is before the season. And there's been times over the past X number of years where we have gone and flown and seen an issue and then went to the people who had drawn tags and said, we've detected an issue. Now, we don't fly every area every year, so there are times that we don't catch it from a biological perspective. But if we do catch it, we will notify the hunters that we've seen an issue and at least give them the opportunity to return their tags so that they would get their bonus points back.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah,
Commissioner Booth?
Thank you for that. And it's nice to see that the department is proactive in making those decisions rather than after the fact.
All right. Anything else at this time? Yes, Commissioner Messna.
Quick question. As we hopefully rebuild these herds and get beyond these pneumonia events and rebuild and whatnot, having seen this last ceiling where the bottom fell out, do we predict moving forward that we might start warning ourselves as a commission when these populations get close? Let's hope they get close to where they once were, but in a cautionary measure of saying, hey, when we got to that level last time, we took a huge nosedive and maybe did we find that point where we're like, maybe that was the max? Are those discussions happening or internally?
Yes, Commissioner Mesna, they have a lot and they will continue. So one of the things that all the biologists are going to be asked to do now and into the future is for every herd, no matter if it's been through a die-off or not, what is the appropriate population objective for that herd? And kind of gets back, I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes today, but we definitely probably should have been issuing more U-hunts. We were short on translocation sites a decade ago, and we probably blew through a lot of these population objectives that we should have had, where population got to 600. We probably should have held them at 400. But in reality, it would have just kicked the can down the road maybe 5-10 years, but we would have eventually had a group of young rams go on a walkabout, someone in there is active shedder, and they would have spread what I call their dirty laundry, and then or they were clean, went to another herd, and then they picked up dirty laundry and brought it back home. So it's one of those things where we could, we should have, but probably in the end, we still would have had massive die-offs. But I do think the more prudent thing is keep them more lean and mean. But that population objective, just like so many other species that we have, they change annually. But we definitely, as they continue to grow, as we hope they will, we need to be cognizant of ready to back them off and remove some ewes and have management ram hunts to make sure the ram quota is in line with the ewes.
All right, thank you for that. Anything else before we start getting into some specific numbers? All right, seeing none, maybe let's go ahead and run down the...
It's short.
That's...
So for the Nelson, any legal ram, any legal weapon category, in Hunt Unit 205, Mineral Cab suggests a quota of 3 because sheep are there, same as last year. We have in Hunt Unit 207, Mineral Cab suggests 2 because same as last year. And that's all.
Yeah, I decided to waste your time with rhetoric because I knew we weren't going to have much dissension.
All right. So we have a couple of changes there. Anything from the commission on that? Before? Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
I guess to start, because Mike knows I got to question him every year, but to start on those 2 recommendations, do you have any concern with that and those 2 units increasing the tags by 1?
It's difficult. Densities are low. I just went over that. Are there mature rams that didn't die of the disease? Yes. Our biggest hit is lamb recruitment. Lamb recruitment's been in the single digits. So, yeah, I think if someone scoured and hunted hard, put a team of people out, the extra tag holder probably could find a ram to harvest. But we might get some complaints too at the same time. Kind of similar to Commissioner Booth. Hey, we didn't say anything. We added a tag on the floor the day of the commission, and now I'm struggling with 35 days of scouting and 20 days of hunting, and so I don't know.
Mr. Cox, just how about 207? The 1 increase in 207, you good with that? Or
probably the same reason.
Same reason, same issues.
205 would be in question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
All right, my next question, Unit Group 271 and 242, and I've spent more days in there in the last few years than I probably care to. But I just question, like last year's survey, total 27s, that's real low. The 50% 6+ year old rams at 12. I mean, how confident are you guys with that? Because I've spent a lot of time in there myself, and I question that 12 number. I have a substantial amount of hours running trail cameras in 271, 242. And granted, you do not get everything on trail camera, but I've run cameras in there for a long time, and I've seen this, which is sad, but I've seen this herd decline rapidly or massively. But I do question the 6+ years old. I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm just curious how confident you guys are on that. And I know like 100 days too, or I mean, not bad. I mean, 12, but that's a lot higher than a lot of other units in the state. Granted, the Mormons is a difficult place to hunt. No question about it. I've hunted it a lot. But I know we want to bump it up one. I just wanted your thoughts on that one.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, I would say confidence is low to moderate in our estimate there. Kind of, similar to the Gabbs Valley. It's, as you know, it's huge country. Densities are half, the population's half of what it was 5 years ago. So we had a good survey 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, and then this year was okay. But on paper, we eliminated the non-resident, so it looks like it's an increase of 2, but we had 3 tags last year total. So there's no sword for me to fall on if we drop that down to 3. Yep.
Okay, and then one more. I did, and kind of in the inverse of that, but on the 283, 284, and you'd kind of referenced this earlier in the rationale. It's noted, we realize ample mature ram exists for an increased quota, but a difficult decision to offer more tags. So I just question that, this is kind of the same in the Mormons, but if we are kind of confident that we have those mature rams there, is the limiting factor that we understand that this is an extremely physical hunt, probably on the extreme end of the whole state. So that's what's holding us back from issuing a couple more tags in that unit group. Just asking the question.
Yes, Commissioner Cavilla, as I stated earlier, some of the hesitation that a few of our biologists do have is at what threshold of density do they uptick the tag quota, especially in a massive, massive place as the sheep range. So we had tremendous harvest last year. I was just looking at the stats. Average age of 8.8 years of age. All hunters were successful. And, we created the management ram hunt a few years ago for places like wilderness areas, kind of a little bit of a buyer beware, like you better be ready. But this is almost in that category. So I do believe the rams are there. I believe we could accommodate a greater tag quota in the sheep range, but it's a daunting task. And if you don't know what you're getting into, but they're there. It's just massive. And as you know, and others in the room. So I definitely have been thinking about this since our regional quota meeting. And I would support an increase in 283 and 284.
How big of an increase do you think? Are we talking like 1 or 2 or?
Probably 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Another great one to maybe give applicants a heads up. What are you getting into here? It's not the weak at heart hunt. So yeah, and that was the only two alternate recommendations from Mineral County for the ram hunt.
All right, any other questions from the commission at this time? All right, maybe let's have some public comment on this. How about any public comment here in Reno regarding, again, Desert Bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon 3151?
Hi, Danny Thompson. I'm with the Car City Cab, but I'm speaking on myself here as a citizen. I hunt 207 and 205. I can sympathize with Commissioner Booth, but the concept that because the sheep are there, that we should increase it, I think is ludicrous. And I think we should, I was a leader in the Marine Corps, leader in local law enforcement, and I needed answers. I would resource the experts and take their advice, and not somebody who says sheep are there, let's increase the hunt. And so I hope the commission would rely on your experts rather than your citizens who, like me, I'm on a cab and I could tell you, yeah, I see sheep, but it doesn't mean that they're there. And so I would just hope that you would take this as a consideration and make a decision into a species that is like suffering. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment here in Reno today? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission, maybe for any further discussion or questions, comments, or motion. I mean, I was just going to say, I'm kind of good with what's here. I mean, if there's, some carnal knowledge on some of those that justify an increase, I certainly would support that as well. So, yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the Resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep Hunt, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 3151 as presented, with the only changes in hunt 271, 242. I'm going to recommend keeping that at 3. And the hunt 283, 284, bump that up to 5. And people are going to have to buy a couple pair of boots on that one. So, and then on the non-resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep Hunt, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 3251 as presented.
All right.
And then I guess I'll go through all, well, can I do all the deserts or?
Yes, I suspect there wasn't any other alternatives.
We did have one.
You didn't want to say it?
No, go ahead.
For the archery, in Unit 202, Mineral Cab suggests 2 because the sheep are there and for hunter opportunity.
I'm sorry, that was on the archery, any ram. Okay, yeah, good.
Do you want me to just make a motion on those first two? Okay,
Yep.
So my motion still stands on just any legal weapon hunts.
All right. And then the others, again, as presented.
Or no, not yet. We've got to bring those ones back up now because they did have a comment on those.
Yep.
So it's just any legal weapon.
Yep.
Yep.
Resident, non-resident.
3151, 3251.
Yep. All right, perfect. So we do have a motion from Commissioner Caviglia. We have a second from Commissioner Messna. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you for that. All right. And again, on this is now the Resident Nelson Bighorn Any Ram Archery Hunt 3161. And we have the one cab recommended change to 2, from 1 to 2 in Unit 202. All right. And I'm assuming, but there wasn't any other alternative recommendations on the management one-horn ram hunt, 3171 or 3172. Okay.
Yeah, Chairman Rogers, I don't believe there was any other alternate recommendations for the rest of the deserts.
All right. All right. And just to make sure that holds true on the U hunt as well. Okay. All right. Make sure. And then, okay, perfect. All right. So any questions from the commission on any of those? All righty. Let's go ahead and maybe have some public comment. Any public comment here in Reno today on any of the remaining there desert hunts? 3161, 3171, 3172, 3181, and 3281. All right, seeing no public comment. How about any public comment via Zoom? All righty, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or comment, concern, anything. Sure, Commissioner Cavilla.
Keep the ball rolling. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the Resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep Any Ram Archery Hunt 3161 as presented. The Resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep Management One-Horned Any Legal Weapon Hunt 3171 as presented. The Resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep Any Ram Management Ram Any Legal Weapon Hunt 3172 as presented. The Resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep NEU Any Legal Weapon Hunt 3181 as presented. And the non-resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep NEU Any Legal Weapon Hunt 3281 as presented.
All right. So we do have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla, and we have a second from Vice Chair Young. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion carries as well. All right, pressing on, we are now on and into the Resident California Bighorn Sheep. This is Hunt 8151. No alternative?
Chairman Rogers, no alternate
Okay,
recommendations.
easy enough. How about, all right, let's see here. So again, same story on all of those various hunts for California Bighorn, 8151, no alternative recommendation?
No, there wasn't even, like, I would think we would have had something on the management ram hunt
Yeah,
in the snowstorms, but no.
nothing there. Okay. Easy enough. All right. How about for the commission? Any questions, comments around California Bighorn? Those looks to be 3 respective hunts specific to California Bighorn. No questions at this time. All right. Maybe let's put this out for any public comment. Any public comment here in Reno today specific to the California Bighorn sheep hunts, each of those, hunt 8151, 8251, and 8172. Seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? Seeing none there, I'll bring it back to the commission for any additional comments or motion. Yes, Vice
There's
Chair
no
Young.
further discussions. I'm going to make a motion to approve Resident California Bighorn Sheep Any Ram Any Legal Weapon Hunt 8151, non-resident California Bighorn Sheep Any Ram Any Legal Weapon Hunt 8251, and resident California Bighorn Sheep Any Ram Management Hunt Any Legal Weapon 8172 as presented.
All right. All right, we have a motion on the floor from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Cavilla. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion carries. All right, we will now move on to resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep. Any ram, any legal weapon. This is Hunt 9151.
Commissioner Rogers, no. no other alternatives. Excited that the Pilot Mountain Leppy Hill hunt is back online. We might even get, a couple years of tags of that hunt. Just a little bit of a background, mostly because of Commissioner Booth. In the state of Utah, there is domestic sheep permitted at the base of the mountain. And we've collaborated with our partners over there. And that permittee has no desire to change his operation. Could be another 20 years before. So we're living on borrowed time. And as we see these opportunities of 2-3 year periods of lamb recruitment that results in mature rams 6, 7, 8 years down the road, which is where we're at. We'll take advantage of them, but it's just one of those things where it's probably going to ebb and flow and come and go. And we're just kind of at the mercy of that situation.
All right, thank you for that. Just curious, Mr. Cox, I mean, obviously we've a lot of eyes and spotlight on our desert sheep and our California bighorn sheep and our Rockies at one time were a crown jewel, and of course we had a massive die-off and we're coming back. But I guess my question is, with all eyes on some of these others, and of course the quota numbers are certainly low for Rockies, but I guess my question is, anything forward-looking on the horizon that has you concerned with our Rockies at all, or is it you're feeling good or positive about where we're at and maybe even forward-looking a little bit with Rocky?
I was going to use the term pins and needles, but we've kind of got a hardened skin of getting positive test results back from bighorn sheep that are tested for Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae. We captured both mountain goats and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, both in the Rubies and East Humboldts this past winter for lots of purposes, habitat use, interaction with other, between the two units, between goats and sheep. And we got a positive in both the East Humboldts and the Rubies, one from a ewe, one from a ram. The good news was it's the old strain. It's the Ruby strain, Ruby Mountain strain from 2009. But really surprised that it's still circulating. I shouldn't be. I don't want to think that this stuff stays dormant out there for a while, but it's not the only herd. Fairview Slate, Sand Springs. Went a decade. Blew through the previous herd's numbers after the die-off. It tripled almost pre-die-off, and then it got hit again, and we lost another 300 sheep in Fairview Slate Sand Springs. We don't have any knowledge of any coughing, sneezing, purulent in our Rockies during the captures. The capture crew didn't say anything. They were all done on the mountain. So we're crossing our fingers that they're not going to, these animals aren't going to potentially impact this year's lamb recruitment, but we're going to be all eyes. Josh Kirk, our field biologist, will definitely be out and about, and we'll be monitoring those collars, getting good eyes on those, and as soon as we get lamb drop, we're going to be monitoring them. So hopefully, that is not going to spur another die-off. or another major loss, because I think we're poised to see a 190 in the next few years. That'd be cool if things continue to progress.
Very good.
It's something that we've all gotten way too used to. It's just, it's frustrating. And west wide, there's no silver bullet yet.
No. One other quick question, and just real brief. I don't want to, probably not the time or place to go down this rabbit hole, but just curious with the Rockies and the goats, is there any, are the goats passing something to sheep and vice versa? Is that even a thing when it comes to this particular strain, knowing that that's really what's up there is the goats and the...
It was originally, the bighorn contracted it, and then they transmitted it to the mountain goats. And we actually had a graduate student that we proved it to the rest of the West, because many of our counterparts in the West just a decade ago thought mountain goats were ironclad. They would be resistant to bighorn sheep diseases. But when you think about it, they're mountain ungulates. Why would that be? Well, sometimes we put our hands behind our back, we cross our finger, and that's sometimes wildlife management, but it wasn't the case. So it still does exist. It still could happen. So, yep.
Sheep to goats, but not necessarily goats to sheep.
I can't see why it would not go back either direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. All right, good discussion. Anything else from the commission at this time on again, Rocky Mountain?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to clarify, I think it's good to have on the record that those pathogens we're talking about are domestic-oriented pathogens, so they're not native pathogens from either Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep or Rocky Mountain goats that we're talking about being switched between species. So I just wanted to clarify that. There are native pathogens that exist that probably do switch back and forth, but I just think that's an important clarification.
All right, thank you for that. All right, maybe let's have some public comment here real quick. In Reno, is there any public comment here in Reno as it relates specifically to resident Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep? Hunt 9151. All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom? None. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or comments or motion. Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. No further discussion. Make a motion to approve the resident Rocky Mountain bighorn any legal hunt 9151 as presented.
All right. Perfect. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Cavilla. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. And we are now going to move over to resident mountain goat. This is any goat, any legal weapon, hunt 7151. And then, of course, the non-resident mountain goat, any legal weapon, hunt 7251. So, no alternative recommendations as is. All right, good. With that, I'll bring it to the commission. Any questions around our mountain goats, comments? All right, seeing none on the goats, maybe let's go to any public comment. So any public comment here in Reno today as it relates to our mountain goat? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom regarding mountain goat? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion, comments, motion. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. With that, I'll make a motion to approve resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt 7151, and non-resident mountain goat, any legal weapon 7251 as presented.
All right. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Cavilla. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries as well. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Cox. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I was just reminded by our game administrator that we're thinking positive on Unit 114, the North Snake Range. We might see a tag in the next year or two. That herd might have mature rams. So something that's a little bit positive to look forward to.
All right.
And I just want to thank everyone in this room, current, past commissioners. It's been quite a ride for me to work for this agency and the state. So this is probably going to be my last commission meeting. So thank you, everyone.
Is that approved by the commission? I mean, we can. I think that's at the discretion of the chair, if I'm not mistaken. So that's not approved, Mr. Cox. We'll see you next year. No, Mr. Cox, seriously, thank you for that. And thank you for everything, your knowledge, your institutional knowledge as it relates to the sheep and goat program in the state of Nevada is just unparalleled. And to see your passion and enthusiasm for this species, and when you come before the commission, it just exudes that. And it pained me a little bit at the beginning of your presentation today, because I know how personal you took some of the desert bighorn sheep. But I can tell you this, I hope you don't take that too personal, because again, the blood, sweat, tears, and hours of passion that you've had into your job and the commitment to this state is unparalleled, and I can't thank you enough. And we're certainly going to miss you and hope you won't be a stranger, and we'll see you back at future commission meetings.
It takes a team, it takes a family.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, let's see here. I think, all right, if I'm not mistaken, I think that concludes and wraps us up on 23A. All right, so we will move on. We are now on to 23B. And 23B, this is Commission Regulation 26-12. This is a 2026 black bear quota for possible action. Wildlife Staff Specialist Joe Bennett, the commission will consider adopting the 2026 hunting season quotas and harvest limits for black bear. So, good afternoon, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner Rogers, or Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Joe Bennett, Predator Staff Specialist for the record. So I have what I'm going to try to keep is a relatively short presentation on the population status of black bears in Nevada. But first, I would like to start with what's happening right across the border. Modeled estimates in the last few years from California went from 30 to 40,000 to upwards or over 65,000. And there in the yellow, you'll see the Northern Sierra Bear Conservation Region, where that estimate has increased to about just over 15,000. And a couple important notes to make just happening right across the borders. Their harvest rates are very similar to Nevada's. They usually run 1% to 3%, even with the increased estimates. And then also California recently passed regulation to allow for 2 bear tags in some of their conservation regions with that increased estimate. So the study area includes the Carson Front, Virginia Range, and Pine Nut Mountain. So essentially areas 19 and 291. And I'll give you 2 different population estimates through this presentation. One will be for the study area and one will be for the entirety of the state. So I think it's important to note that within the study area since 1997 through the end of 2025, the department has captured or handled 2,395 bears, with 1,470 of those being individual bears and 820 unique marks. So those unique marks and that recapture data informs that mark recapture model that I'm about to discuss. So the statewide population estimate includes the entire area, and that population estimate went from 648 this year from 625. And that slight increase is more likely attributed to the improved environmental conditions of 2023 and 2024, those greatly improved natural food years that we didn't see in 2021, 2022. I'll show you a couple tables here in a minute. But one thing to note here, through the last 10 years or so, and there is error associated with these models, but the population has remained relatively stable over the last 10 years. So this, I'll start with the study area population estimate. So that mark recapture data, now we use a Bayesian framework with that mark recapture analysis, but all of those estimates over the last 10 years have showed a stable to slightly increasing population. With the study area estimate ranging from, it increased to 486 this year. Yes, it increased to 486 this year, again, likely attributed to the higher production of natural food in those years, which we're likely to see in upcoming years as well. And this directly this could be correlated to the number of calls we received. If you see that 2021, 2022 year when we filled in well over 1,400 calls versus the last 3 years where it stabilized around 600, that bears travel further when they're looking for natural food. So they're more likely to have human interaction, more likely to get into trouble, unfortunately. This next table includes all forms of mortality. You'll see those increased mortality years in 21 and 22 with those drought years. And then in the last 3 years, you've seen it stabilize between 40 and 50. So a couple important things to note here is that of just the hunter harvest, we had 12 bears harvested last year. There was 5 males and 7 females. The year prior, it was 9 and 5 to equate to 13. And then the year prior to that was 10 and 9 for 10 males, 9 females. So that harvest rate, the 3-year average is 2.2%. And then the last year it was 1.9%. So yes, we have reached the heavy harvest limit for females. However, that harvest rate is way low compared to the population estimate. Literature states that to have a population level effect in black bear populations, some states have found between 12 and 21% removal for that given year. So then even if you factor in all sources of mortality, even this past year it's 8%. So it's well below that, what other studies have found. And then you could see average harvest, like overall hunter success, usually for the entirety of the hunt was 36%. The last 3 years, it was 40%, but a lot of that's contributed to 2023 specifically, where the hunter success was over 50%. So with one thing I wanted to mention, so the harvest limits over the last few years, up to 2022, it was 20. Then in 2023, it was raised by the commission to 37. And then from 2024 to present, it'll be the 42, which I'm about to indicate for the overall harvest rate. And then we haven't found that harvest success to change much through those years. It stabilizes at 36%. Again, we have reached the heavy harvest for female at 45%. But again, keep in mind that harvest rate compared to the population. It is very low. I mean, when we were discussing deer, we were discussing 4% of the population, and that's male-only harvest. But even at this low of a population harvest rate, it's pretty negligible. But we are well above the mean age for harvested females for a 3-year average at 7.5, and the mean age of harvested males were over 7.2, or we're at 7.2. So I'll go real quick into the black bear harvest limit recommendation. So essentially no changes. Unit groupings and seasons were approved at the January commission meeting. Everything is the same as the previous year. Hours and seminars, that was approved at the January commission meeting. A couple notes here is that the 1-800 number hotline was not functionable or not was not functioning last year as a security breach occurred, so we were sending out emails. That has since been fixed. I've been able to update the Mountain Lion hotline, so I don't anticipate any concerns there. And then also to Commissioner Walters' edification, I wish he was here, but the Black Bear restricted area, the closure zone, is on our website. It is on OnX. I checked all of that before I came into this meeting. So then the two indoctrination courses are July 16th the evening and July 25th, and we'll inform all those hunters of everything a week prior to that at the latest. So overall harvest rates for Area 19 are 15 with the female harvest limit of 5. Hunt Unit Group 20 or Hunt Area 20 with the exception of 203 is 12 and 4. And then 291, which is the pine nuts, and 203 is 15 and 5 with a total recommendation of 38 and 4. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Bennett. If I could have you take the lights up as well, please. All right. So given that presentation, how about questions, concerns, comments from the commission at this time? All right. Seeing none at this time from the commission, let's go ahead and hear from the public. How about any public comment here in Reno today via Zoom as it relates specifically, again, to the black bear quotas? All right. Seeing none, we'll look to Zoom. Any public comment via Zoom today? And again, for those on Zoom wishing to be heard, please make sure you click and raise your hand, remove your mute, and state your name for the record, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Wright.
Yeah, Ms. Wright, if you can hear us, go ahead.
Testing. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, I'll start over. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Jana Wright, Clark County. I remain opposed to the black bear hunt. I thank the department and commission for not increasing the quota. I am concerned with the take of 7 females this past hunting season, and am curious why several hunt units have 0 bears killed. I'm not complaining, mind you, but there must be a reason this pattern exists. I once again bring up the method of take. Most tag holders use hounds in their hunts, yet we publicly know nothing how these hunts are conducted. The use of hounds was sold to the commission as a method to identify females and allow hunters to perhaps spare the female bears. That sure didn't happen in the 2025 hunt. And as Staff Specialist Bennett just said, we are in the heavy harvest of females. I want to thank the Clark Cab for going on the record requesting a presentation on hounding in Nevada as it pertains to the bear hunt. This is a reasonable request and would educate all of us on this matter. Please direct staff to provide a presentation this year. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Joe Crawford with the Lion Cab. At our cab meeting, we discussed the quota of black bears in Nevada. We're okay with the numbers, and it's been a long contention with our cab is that the sow quota is going to eventually cause a problem where there's going to be a certain unit closes down because the female harvest has been met, and it's going to be early in the season. biologically, and I think it was supported by Mr. Benda's presentation, is that even if the sow harvest is higher, it's not biologically going to negatively impact the population of bears in Nevada. And another thing that I wanted to address, this is just from my point, not the CAB's point, is that California did recently offer or approve a second bear tag in California, but that is a direct result of them banning the use of hounds. Hounds are a strategic tool. They are a useful tool in managing black bear populations, which California hasn't hit since the ban of the use of hounds. So I would just want to bring that to the commission's attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Stephanie Myers from Clark County. Because there is no way that a hunter can know for sure whether a female bear has hidden her cubs somewhere along the way, the killing of female bears should be illegal. The hunter would not just be killing one bear, but maybe 3 or even 4 bears, since the cubs have little possibility for survival without mom. Please set the quota for female bears at the minimum number. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cody Knight, I'm representing myself, so I support the current bear tags in Nevada. And so roughly averaging, we're only harvesting about 14 bears a year, which roughly works out to 1.8 to 2.3% of the total population. Still remains relatively conservative. I do believe that we do have some opportunity in the future to look at those who don't have access to hounds. How can you guys help them out with being more, giving them more success? So as far as removing the female harvest quota, I would also support that. As Joe said, it could necessarily shut down certain units, which would still have the opportunity to be able to harvest males in there. And I think Nevada should really look at how states like Idaho manage black bears with longer seasons, more opportunity, and focus on the overall population management rather than restricting female harvest closures. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that appears to be all of the public comments, so I will bring it back to the commission for any additional comments or questions, concerns, motion, all the above. Yes, Commissioner Munn.
A comment and a question. I just want to sort of state my thinking for the record is that, you know, given the information that we have in terms of populations and the health of the populations, I'm comfortable with how this is currently set. However, I'm curious if someone from the department, and maybe Joe, you can answer this, is has there been a presentation given on hounding in the past? I'm new to this sport, so yeah.
Yeah, Deputy Director Scott.
Yeah, Mike Scott for the record. Yes, I gave a presentation on hounding, and I believe it was 2021. It was, you know, it went through the number of bears harvested by hounding versus other methods and things like that. So, you know, it has been done, but it's been a few years.
Thank you, and you know, I could appreciate that it would be helpful to hear one of those, a refreshed presentation at some point when the time is right.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Anything else from the commission at this time? Again, questions, comments, motion. All right, Commissioner Caviglia.
Nobody wants to move, I will. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve CR 26-12, the 2026 black bear quotas and harvest limits, any legal weapon hunt 6151 and 6251 as presented.
All right. Perfect. Thank you for that. We have a motion from Commissioner Caviglia. We have a second from Commissioner Messna. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion does carry. All right, thank you for that. All right, we are now on to agenda item 24. This is future commission meetings and future commission meetings and commission committee assignments. Director Janae, Chair Rogers for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for June 26 and 27, 2026 in Winnemucca, Nevada. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chair may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. So, Director Janae.
All right. It is going to be, looks like we've got a lot coming for the June meeting. One of the things we will hear are CAB budget requests. Also, we're going to be dealing with Heritage and HRM funding requests, as well as duck and upland project proposals, finalizing the Heritage tag vendors, evaluating small game release plans, dealing with upland and fur bear season and limits, and then commission general regulations 516 on boating equipment, 531 on shed antlers, 529 on disability, 526 on thermal. Will be back in front of us, as well as policy 24, second reading, and I think there may be another policy that's coming through APRP. And so committees prior to that meeting will be APRP, Finance Committee, and Heritage. That's what I currently have on my list.
All righty, thank you for that. I think one of the other things that was discussed was the I apologize, the BLM letter. I don't know if we missed that date. I know there was some discussion about some support, a support letter as it relates to the horses. I don't know if that's, if we're going to, I thought Commissioner Bourne, you had mentioned maybe there was a specific date. I don't know if we're going to miss that or not. Okay. All right. So we'll miss that relative to the June meeting.
And so just an update relative to that, and I did have this conversation with Commissioner Bourne, is typically when it comes to any BLM gathers, the department provides a letter in support of those. And so we can make sure that letter, as it comes out of our technical review program and Administrator Kleiber, we'll make sure that, you know, if you want, we can show you that.
Okay.
That letter.
All right, perfect, good. And then also, I think it came up, hopefully maybe we can have maybe something on the wild turkey situation in Overton. It sounds like maybe that is getting on the radar, so maybe a little consideration of that. And then, I'm sorry, Director Janae, do you have
I was just going to state it will be very well timed because there will be a lot of discussion about turkeys because of the small game season setting. So
hey, perfect. And then, of course, it's been brought up several times just here a few minutes ago, but the hounding, and I think it would lend itself to maybe having a hounding presentation. And then last and certainly not least on the list, discussed a lot this weekend, and that is the statewide mule deer management plan, and starting that discussion around that. All right. Yeah.
No shortage of topics.
No. That's just what we can think of now. Stay tuned. And then also, I wanted to make note on some commission committee assignments, some changes there. Just for the record, we did make a change to the Legislative Committee, and we added Commissioner Liz Munn to that committee. Also on Heritage, we did add Mr. Justin French to the Heritage Committee. And then also on the Wildlife, I couldn't recall if we had mentioned last time, but on the Wildlife Damage Committee, we did add Mr. Neil Cheney. And on the Heritage, the addition of Justin French was as a result of a removal of one member, Mr. Joe Krim. So that's where that one addition on Justin French was added. And I think that covers it on our committee assignments. Okay. All right. Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Thank you. Regarding the BLM report, I was approached by a fellow hunter and law enforcement officer in Humboldt County about his interference with, he had a elk tag in Ely, in the Ely area. And unfortunately, while he was on the hunt, he was he had experienced a wild horse roundup, and he had not been informed about it. During your Director Janae's report with the BLM or whatever you bring forth to the commission, it'd be nice to remind them that if they do have horse roundups, that during hunting season, sometimes between August and December, may be a difficult time, especially for those hunters who have waited a lifetime for some of those hunts.
Yes, Director Janae.
Thank you. We will make sure to forward that on. Also, given that Commissioner Booth just spoke, I just wanted to relay there will also be a field trip associated with the Winnemucca Commission meeting. And so we'll be going up, visiting various things in the community. I think the community pond, the shooting range, and maybe even the Winnemucca office to just kind of show the work that's been done there. So
all right,
there
perfect.
will be a field trip on Friday.
Great, good. Looking forward to that. Okay, good. I think we've got a number of items for directive there, so I think we're good. Anything else from the commission on that? All right, I think we're good. Know where we stand there. With that, I will close out Agenda 24, and I will move on to Agenda Item 25, and this is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So with that, any public comment here? Yes, Director Janae.
If there is no other public comment, I just wanted to take the opportunity. Go ahead.
Yes. I was going to take Zoom public comment and then.
Go ahead. Yep.
All right.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, no, all good. So no public comment here in Reno? All right. Any public comment via Zoom? Seeing none? All right. That was quick. Director Janae.
So one of the things I just wanted to take the opportunity and acknowledge is, as mentioned, Mike Cox, it is his last commission meeting here. Like you already stated, a hell of a legacy with wild sheep, not only in Nevada, but nationally. He is known as one of the great experts. All of us appreciate his passion, his knowledge, and he's always willing to share it and pass it along. But it is going to be a huge void that the agency is going to realize as we see Mike retire. But also, we've also got Sean Espinoza, Carl Lackey, Mike Scott, This is their last quota setting meeting. And so I don't know what that looks like. That is, let's see, easily 120 years worth of experience walking out the door. That is, I think, by many, it's not acknowledged actively as you sit in this room and you contemplate these quotas. But I can tell you that as this moves on and these individuals leave, we will definitely feel that absence. As an agency, I think absolutely as a sportsman community, advocates for wildlife in the state of Nevada, that tenure will be tough to replace. And we are a young agency, and so it'll take us a bit of time to fill that. But absolutely just want to call it out and acknowledge it. These guys, I sit here and just knowing this in the back of my mind, I've watched it, and the professionalism. I joked with some of the commissioners, early on. I was like, it's their last quota. Like, let's see what happens. Like they might call an audible, And I think they represented professionally and with all of their passion right to the end. And I greatly appreciate and just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you for that, Director Janae, and rightfully so. I think that certainly as long as I've been a part of this commission and quite frankly, part of the state for the last 6 years, I think all of them can walk out the door when that day comes with heads held high and chests out, that they have certainly done an excellent job, and all of their imprint and DNA will be all over Nevada's wildlife for many, many years to come, given the decades that they've served. So, and to see their passion and commitment, again, as they've come before this commission over the years that I've been on it, is commendable. As we all go throughout our daily lives, I mean, this is kind of a volunteer thing for us, but we all have careers outside of this. But to see the passion and the commitment and the love of the job that all of these individuals have had, and their commitment over the years as they've worked their way up as young people starting out in the division and up to the way they are where they are at today on the precipice of retirement is commendable. And I thank them for everything. As a chair, also, as you mentioned, Director Janae, some of the young people that are, coming up through the system are just wonderful. And we've had a number of them present to us over the last couple of commission meetings. So while we hate to see these gentlemen leave, hopefully they have a wonderful retirement. But it's nice to see also that they have left their mark on the department, and the mentorship for some of these young people that are coming up as well, I think will be in good hands. So anyway, thank you to each of you. With that, I'll open it up to the commission if anybody else has anything to say or not. Yes, Commissioner Booth?
Well said. Thank you. And best of luck to all of you, and we'll miss you. Thank you.
All right, perfect. All right, well, thanks, everybody. We had a long and good, productive couple of days. I appreciate everybody's engagement. And with that, we will stand adjourned, and we'll see everybody next month. Thank you so much.